Okay, everybody. It is I, your host, Mikey G. No relation to Kenny G, by the way. What's going on, everybody? It's good to see you guys. Welcome to the show. Feeling a little bit better. Thank goodness, because I have been feeling very under the weather. So it's good to be back. Today's like another day where I just feel better and better and better. I've still been getting a good 8 hours of sleep, sweating every night. It's one of those slow recoveries. I still got a lot of phlegm buildup in the throat, so I'll be coughing a little bit. But as far as my overall physicality goes, I feel honestly like better than I did before. I'll tell you that. So it's good to be back. It's good to feel back. Probably drink some pomegranate juice here in a second. Get my mussy under control. But we're gonna watch a little. We're gonna watch one of our zaddies, Tim Walz. We all know who Governor Tim Walz is. He's the guy who allowed a lot of fraud to happen in Minnesota. I'll say allegedly just to cover my ass. But, he was a big proponent of allowing a certain fraud from a certain group to occur in Minnesota. So it's good to it's good to call out Governor Walz for I'm struggling a little bit today, guys, but it's good to call out Tim Walz for his lack of doing anything about what was happening in Minnesota. So, I'm just happy to see you guys. I'm sorry I keep keep sounding like shit. Oh boy. But yeah, I sound like garbage right now. I mean, I sound okay, but I keep coughing and stuff. So this is, I guess you could call this a cough cast, where I talk and I just keep coughing. Something like that. I don't know. Something sexy like that. But it feels good to be back. So I'll tell you what, man. Sometimes when you're feeling really sick, you're just like, I can't do anything. And so yeah, just having the feeling of being able to do things again. I was able to do like the dishes. I was able to get stuff done around the house. Yeah, it just feels good to feel good. But yeah, some part of me has been bedridden. Some of it hasn't. Like, the recovery's there. Thank goodness. But let me pull up. I'm pulling up something real quick, you guys. Hold on. Give me one more second. I got to pull up. We're going to react to a little bit of Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley reacting to our boy, our home dog, our sexy stud, Timothy mother effing Walz, dude. Tim Walz, baby. I want Walz on daddy's balls. Is that weird? Is it weird for me to like Tim? I love Tim Walz. I really do. I love Tim Walz. It's true. Baby, I don't know what the hell's going on here. How are you doing from France? We got people from France tuning in. Hell yeah. That gets me kind of randy. Give me one moment. I love Tim Walz. I really do. I love Tim Walz. It's true. Do you love Tim Walz? Does he make you feel hot? 'Cause I love Tim Walz, it's true. Nobody ruins Minnesota more than him. I love Tim Walz. I love Tim Walz. I love Tim Walz. I love Tim Walz. Okay. Give me one moment. Hold on. Give me 1 second, you guys. Give me 1 second. Tommy loves my singing, dude. I love Tim Walz. I think he's cool. Oh, God. There we go. Hold on. I gotta. I realized before we can watch this. Tommy's like, dear God, get your teeth fixed. No, dude, we love Tim Walz on this channel. I love Tim Walz. I really do. I love Tim Walz. It's true. Okay, we're gonna start watching. Oh man, as we all know, that I think that Tim Walz is the greatest fraudster of all time. Allegedly. I have to say that legally. Let's keep going.
David, welcome. We're live right now.
My favorite. I love David. Dude.
Tim Walz is set to testify in front of Congress today, and we're going to be watching it live with everyone.
I am sprung right now.
And should be.
I am sprung. Two sexy men.
Day. We'll see what happens. It's funny because
these are two sexy men,
dude. The fraud wasn't real, and now Tim Walz is testifying in front of Congress because of the fraud. So let's.
Yeah.
Before we get into it, do you have any predictions on what's going to happen? I have a few predictions.
I just want to see him make out. No, I love Tim Walz, and I love Nick Shirley, and I love David. I think Hogue is his last name. Vote blue, no matter who. I'm not gonna. God dang it.
I think it's going to be difficult for Walz and Ellison to keep their cool.
Yeah, we have Walz and Ellison. My prediction is when I testify in front of Congress, there's only 2 Democrats that showed up out of everybody that was supposed to be there from the hearing, and everything that they could have asked me about the fraud, they didn't ask me about the fraud. Instead, they just blame Trump. So I think that's going to be kind of their tactic today, is just to blame Trump for all of.
Yeah, how can you blame Trump for the fraud that happened in Minnesota? First off, Tim Walz let a lot of shit slide. Tim Walz, man, let a lot of crap slide. Let's just put it that way. See, you got to put the blame on balls to the walls Tim Walz, dude. I love Tim Walz. I really do. I love Tim Walz, it's true. Oh, Tim Walz is so hot. He turns me into a thought. 'Cause I know he'll let me screw Minnesota over too. I love Tim Walz. I love Tim Walz. I love Tim Walz. Okay, let's keep
Things that they
watching.
have failed to do inside their own state.
Yeah, the same thing occurred, Nick, when I testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Only 2 Democrats showed up, White House and Hirono. They didn't ask many questions, but the whole Democrat strategy was to steer towards Trump and all the fraud Trump, and it was just, they were talking about windmills and I mean, it's stuff that had nothing to do with fraud. It was really bizarre.
Amazing. All right, let's get into it. And everybody, me and David are repping the quality Leering hoodies. Everyone is loving these hoodies.
You guys gotta get those hoodies. I want to get a hoodie, dude. I want to get a quality Leering Center hoodie too, dude. I'm a Nick Shirley fanboy. I've become a Nick Shirley fanboy. I really have. I like the fact that he's just investigating fraud. That's what he's really doing. And to those of people who are against it, it's just sad. Because it's like, let's say he's wrong. Let's say Nick Shirley was wrong. Then he's wrong. That's the whole point of an investigation, is to find out if you're right or wrong, right? So you gotta investigate. Tommy, you're a narcissist, dude. Here's the thing. Tommy's a narcissist because he's like, piggy, piggy, piggy. Can't you see that you're a loser that repulses me? Tommy, you're a narcissist, bro. You're probably sitting there with your shirt off, maybe eating chips off your chest, and I do sympathize, believe it or not. But come on. Come on.
And get them in the pinned comment in the live chat or in the description as well. So go ahead and get those. I promise you guys, these are the best quality hoodies. Not only do you get to wear a quality Leering hoodie, you get a quality hoodie as well. So go ahead and get those in the pinned comment.
Big Dick Nick, dude.
And in the pinned comment, and then we're going to go ahead and start. All right, you guys, let's do this. This is going to be a good time.
The chair may declare a recess.
I'm not going to lie. My pants are getting really tight right now. Knowing that Tim Walz is about ready to speak makes my pants extremely tight. Just saying.
At any time. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. Today's hearing is about a failure of leadership, plain and simple. For years, Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison presided over one of the most extensive breakdowns of oversight this committee has ever examined. Billions of taxpayer dollars were stolen from social service programs while warnings piled up, whistleblowers spoke out, and state officials chose delay and denial over action. Federal prosecutors estimate that as much as $9 billion.
Hashtag free Tim Walz.
From just 14
Hashtag free Tim Walz, bro.
Those programs have cost taxpayers more than $18 billion
JK.
since 2018, and investigators believe that half or more of that spending may have been
I
lost
love
to fraud.
Tim Walz.
That did not
I
happen
really
overnight.
do.
As our investigation
I
has
love
shown,
Tim Walz.
it happened because
It's
state leadership
true.
failed repeatedly to intervene. Governor Walz has claimed his administration addressed fraud, and I quote, very early, unquote.
Hey, guys, thank you guys for tapping the like button, though. The more likes we get, the better, so don't forget to tap the like button. And if you can, subscribe to the channel. But the more likes we get, the more it does help us out on the YouTube algo. So just by simply liking the stream, just by simply subscribing to the channel, I mean, whatever you guys could do, I just appreciate everybody's efforts. Just a simple act of liking really helps. So I couldn't do it without you guys. I honestly couldn't do it without you guys. You guys make this all possible. So let's watch our homies. Let's watch our homies do their thing.
But that claim does not hold up to the facts. His administration kept payments flowing. In January, the first hearing of this series, we heard from Minnesota state representatives who made clear this fraud was not hidden. It was known, documented, and repeatedly brought to the attention of state leadership. In case after case,
Yep.
state agencies identified.
Well, and absolutely it was. And that's the thing, you know, I think there's a lot of cover up here. I love how many people. There's a lot of angry people right now in the chat. I don't mind if there's angry commenters. I'm used to it at this point. They're all mad at my bussy. My mussy is the bussy, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm that kind of guy. My mussy is the bussy, and I'm kind of fly. I'm kind of fly all day, all night. Let's go.
Red flags and received warnings from auditors and employees, but continued to send money out the door. Not because they lacked authority to intervene, but because they feared lawsuits, bad press, and political backlash.
Yep.
While Governor Walz hesitated, taxpayers lost billions.
I love Tim Walz. I really do. I love Tim Walz. It's true. I'm curious, man. Come on, Comer. Give him a fistful of you-know-what.
Attorney General Ellison has likewise claimed his office was aggressively holding fraudsters accountable. But when his statements were tested against the record, they fell apart.
Exactly, because Tim Walz is a professional liar. Oh, man. Oh, well, let's take a look at the comments real quick. So we got DOYL Gaming says, fuck them. I've already blocked half of these people that come in trolling every stream. Yeah, Jeremy Stark's a total stud. No, Jesus. So Jeremy Stark's a chud. Tony's a chud. My biological stepson does steal my baby oil. Wait. DOYL Gaming says that's a Somali hashtag, by the way. Wait, what's a Somali hashtag? Wait, is Tim Walz a Somali hashtag? What's up? I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve of this comment. One of the greatest comments of all time. I love it. It's great. It's very big. Very big. I love Donald Trump. Donald Trump's my homie. I love Donald. We talking about Epstein? Oh, yeah, no, the more comments I get, I don't know. That's why I don't block anybody. You know, I mean, I don't block anybody because I don't like blocking anybody, but also, like, it's actually paid dividends not blocking people, so it's a win-win situation, believe it or not.
In the Feeding Our Future case, Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison publicly suggested that courts force the state to continue payments. The judges in that case took the extraordinary step of publicly correcting them. The truth is the state made a choice once again to keep sending the money out the door. The Feeding Our Future scandal alone involved nearly $300 million stolen from programs meant to feed children during the pandemic. We're talking about fake invoices, meals that never existed, luxury cars. And
I'm not seeing the hashtag that you're talking about, bro.
Paid by the American taxpayer. Today,
I'm not seeing
have been
it.
convicted. The fraud was real. The warning signs were obvious, and state leadership failed to act. The same pattern repeats across Minnesota's social services system. In the Child Care Assistance Program, providers racked up dozens and in some cases more than 100 violations and still collected millions. Facilities shut down and reopened the same day under new names at the same address. This went on for years. Housing Stabilization Services, a program expected to cost $2.6 million annually, exploded to over $100 million.
Thank you for subscribing to the Michael Garza Show.
Federal prosecutors
Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner.
Easy money. Providers billed services never delivered while the Walz administration failed to intervene until federal agents showed up. And when state employees tried to stop this, they were silenced and retaliated against for even daring.
You know, I don't even know why Walz. Here's the thing. I know he's not doing re-election or whatever. But Walz could have easily just resigned. You know what I mean? part of me feels like he's staying in office so he can, I guess, I'll just say hypothetically, because I think you all know that I don't mean hypothetically, but I'll say hypothetically and allegedly, burn the evidence. That's what I think is happening here. I think that's why allegedly Tim Walz is staying in office.
To notice the fraud. We have spoken with over 30 whistleblowers.
Also, I don't trust Tim Walz. By the way, if you guys think that Tim Walz is a total fraud, if you guys believe that he's a fraud, tap the like button and subscribe to the channel. If you guys think that Nick Shirley is a total stud, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, man. Let's go, dude. Oh, I'm so horned out, dude. So horned out right now.
Them current employees and Democrats who say they were ignored, retaliated against, and even surveilled for raising concerns. Instead of protecting the whistleblowers, the Walz administration protected the system that enabled the fraud. We're taking oversight of fraud seriously. And today, I hope the Democrats will do the same. But their track record is not promising. We followed up with the whistleblowers when state leaders ignored them. Republican staff spent 36 hours and 46 minutes in 9 transcribed interviews with current and former Minnesota state officials. Democrats, however, only asked 3 hours and 14 minutes worth of questions. That's inexcusable and frankly embarrassing. Taxpayers deserve better. We are working with the Trump administration, which is taking a whole of government approach to stop fraud before money is stolen. What we've uncovered in Minnesota is not a paperwork error or a few bad actors slipping through the cracks. It is sustained failure of leadership. Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison were warned repeatedly. Auditors raised red flags. Employees sounded alarms. Invoices didn't make sense. And still, the money kept flowing. While state officials hesitated, billions of taxpayer dollars were stolen from programs meant to serve children, the disabled, and families in crisis. While whistleblowers were silenced, fraudsters got rich. Accountability shouldn't begin only after federal prosecutors step in and clean up the damage. Accountability should compel leaders to act, and here they did not. Today, this committee expects answers, and we expect an explanation for why it took federal law enforcement, not state leadership, to finally turn off the spigot.
Yep.
Before we proceed, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter the committee's interim staff report titled "The Cost of Doing Nothing: How Tim Walz and Keith Ellison Fueled Minnesota's Fraud Explosion."
I love Tim Walz. I really do. You leave Tim Walz alone. Mr. Comer, just leave him alone. Let him commit all the fraud he wants. Tim Walz is so sexy, it's true.
Into the record. Without objection, so ordered. And with that, I now yield to Ranking Member Garcia for his opening statement.
He said Garcia, not Garza. Damn. Wouldn't that be funny, though, if there was somebody named Chairman Garza? That'd be like, fuck yeah, I'm in. I knew it.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. I want to thank, of course, the governor for being here today, the Attorney General as well, and to Reverend Tolgard. Thank you so much for being here. I especially, though, want to thank the Minnesotans that I know have traveled here to be with us.
It's Minnesotans. Nah, I just wanted to be a tool.
Today to witness this hearing, but also in solidarity of the horrors and terrors that are happening, not just in Minnesota, but that have happened across the country.
So this guy's a Democrat.
Yeah.
You can already tell right there. And have they said Tim Walz is here? I don't know. They said people traveled in. We haven't seen a clip of Tim Walz yet. All right.
No.
Let's see if Tim Walz showed up. But yeah, here probably goes the blame game. They're probably going to start blaming everybody but the fraudsters.
Yeah, it's probably going to happen.
Now, we look
Unfortunately.
forward to hearing directly on what life in Minnesota has been like thanks to the Trump administration's actions. And the truth is that Donald Trump and Republicans have cut billions of dollars.
Look, we were right as we started.
Billions? Yeah, they're going to start going right after
They
Trump.
just start blaming Trump right from the get-go. Don't even talk about the fraud. This is what they do. This is exactly what they did when I was there, too.
Billions of dollars from healthcare and food assistance. That is a reality. Instead, with that money, they've used it to hire officers who are now terrorizing cities and killing Americans. That's where our taxpayer dollars have gone. We've taken from food assistance, we've taken from healthcare, and we've superfunded terror on American streets. Now, Donald Trump has unleashed chaos against innocent Americans and across Minnesota, and we're going to talk about that today. Terror.
Oh, God, it's another one of those stupid posters. Look at that. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Not this again. Not this again. Dude, I got Tim Walz fatigue so bad. I got Democrat fatigue. I got Tim Walz fatigue. I got the fatigue. I really just have Democrat fatigue at the end of the day. I mean, that's what I'm feeling, dude. I got the fatigue. The Democrat fatigue. Can you blame me? Can you blame me? I don't think so. I think I'm on the right track. Let's keep going. Hey guys, thanks for voting in the poll. By the way, we got 20 votes in the poll. Let's see if we can get to 100 votes in the poll. I want to see how many votes we can get in this poll. I'm always excited to see how many voters we can get in a poll. Let's keep guys, vote. Also, make sure you guys tap the like button and tap the subscribe button. Let's go, dude.
That has actually impacted real families and kids like Liam Ramos, who have been used, as we know, as bait. And we all know Liam's story.
Okay, first off, that story has already been debunked. His dad cut and run and left his kid. Are you kidding me? They're still bringing this up?
Really well. The reality is American citizens, innocent kids, people have been brutalized and ripped away from their families. They've been thrown into detention centers with horrible conditions that people are literally dying in these centers. Peaceful Americans have been killed by federal officers and agents and labeled them as...
You know, people say that there's propaganda from the right. I think a lot of the propaganda comes right from the left. A lot of the political propaganda comes right from the left, and it's sad. It's sad.
Domestic terrorists or assassins by their own government.
Hey, if you guys are tired of the left, please tap the subscribe button. If you guys love Donald Trump as much as I do, tap the subscribe button. If you guys think that Nick Shirley and David Hogue are total hunks, please tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Let's go.
Government. Where is the hearing and the outrage for those actions? Now, Alex Preddy, as we all know, a VA nurse, was peacefully exercising his First and Second Amendment rights when he was pepper sprayed, tackled, disarmed, and then shot repeatedly in the back. Renee Good, a mom who told an officer, and I quote, "I'm not mad at you."
Yeah, but before that, she was also blocking the road, just to let you know. And she did hit an ICE officer with her fucking car. So before you guys start going unhinged in your leftist ways, because you guys use emotion instead of truth, which I think you can combine the two, but I feel like the only thing Democrats know is emotion and not truth. They're good at lying. They're not good at telling the truth, though. The truth is she did hit him with her car. Now, did the ICE officer need to draw his weapon? I still don't think he needed to. But she was still obstructing traffic. She was still interfering in an investigation. You could audibly hear the officer telling her to get out of the car. Instead, you know what she did? She hit another officer trying to get away. If this was a normal, like this is, and it's just like the left is trying to defend Renee Good. I'm sorry, Renee Good was not good. Renee Good was not good. Alex Preddy wasn't either, but he was publicly executed, and I admit that. I'll admit, he was disarmed. Alex Preddy was executed, and I believe that the person who killed Alex Preddy needs to serve some time.
End quote, was shot dead just moments after. And this pattern of violence and lawlessness we've seen, of course, all over the country. Now, our committee and Democrats have documented over 590 cases of suspected misconduct by President Trump and Kristi Noem's immigration and enforcement agents across the country, not just in Minnesota. There's been
All right.
240 incidents of violence or concerning use of force, and 181 have involved United States citizens. Now, we've heard testimony that ISIS training has actually completely changed and now actually teaches our agents to violate the rights
This
of
is boring. I want to see Tim Walz. Where's Tim Walz at? I don't fucking care about this. Oh, Tim Walz. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's see what this Comer guy says. Tim Walz finally made it. Hold on. Now we don't have to listen to this stupid asshole.
Walz, governor of the state of Minnesota. Governor Walz first took office in January 2019. Next, we have Keith Ellison, Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. Attorney General Ellison also first took office in January 2019. Finally, we have Reverend Furnace Tolgard, Senior Pastor, Hamlin Church.
But yeah, the Democrats always just deflect. They're like, oh yeah, we allowed all this fraud, but look at this. It's like, no, first off, ICE is doing their job, and they're doing it pretty well for the most part. So, yeah. And by the way, I'm pro-ICE. I am pro-ICE. Sorry. Not sorry. But yeah, no, hey, if you guys are pro-ICE like I am, please subscribe to the channel. If you guys love ICE as much as I do, subscribe to the channel. If you guys love Donald Trump, subscribe, man. All right. My mussy is the bussy, and I don't know why. I don't know why I'm that kind of guy. My bussy is the bussy, and I'm kind of fly. I'm kind of fly.
United Methodist. Thank you all so much for joining us today, and we look forward to your testimony.
There he is.
Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand.
Dude, I'm so excited, dude. We get to see the GOAT, Tim Walz. Oh, God. I want walls on my balls, dude. Give me walls on my balls. Oh, my God. I wish I could ruin a state like he did. One can dream.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth,
Hell.
and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Heck yeah, bro. God, he's lying already.
Let the record show that the witness has answered the affirmative, and please take a seat.
Fuck, he's lying already. Shit.
We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your...
Now, do you guys think that Tim Walz just lied? Do you guys think that Tim Walz just lied to that entire council? I think we all know that he just did.
testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement. They will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes.
Tim Smith is asking, can we get a fit check on Walz? Is that Neiman Marcus? Sorry, guys. Got a lot of phlegm going on. It's finally getting underway, but...
As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I now recognize Governor Walz for his opening statement.
We love Tim Walz, everybody.
All right, you guys, here we go. Tim Walz is testifying.
The GOAT.
How this works. When I testified, obviously you go underneath oath, and then you have pretty much have a 5-minute timer underneath the microphone, and then from there you have to give your statement for 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then everyone will go through their testimonies and what they have prepared, and then after that it's going to head over to the congressman, and they're going to have 5 minutes as well to ask as many questions as they can in those 5 minutes.
It's crazy, though. In that swearing, though, Tim Walz basically just lied. Because we know he's allegedly he's a pathological liar. And that's what I don't trust Tim Walz. I really don't. I just don't trust Tim Walz. Like, he just feels like a swarmy, untrustworthy person. And it kind of scares me. I don't think a guy like that should ever run anything.
And if you're asked, you have to answer. David, any predictions before Tim Walz goes?
Trump.
You think it's just be all about Trump?
Your name's going to come up at some point. I think Vegas should have a light on this.
All right, we're going to see what happens. Here we go.
Now, how many times do you guys think Nick Shirley's name is going to be mentioned? Because I think Nick Shirley's name is going to get mentioned quite a bit. I mean, because let's just face it, dude. Nick Shirley is the elephant in the room in this. I mean, look, the only reason this is all happening right now is because of these two superheroes right here. And look, not all heroes wear capes. They wear, oh God. They wear quality Leering Center t-shirts. Not all heroes wear capes, everybody. They wear quality Leering Center hoodies. Let's go.
Ranking Member Garcia, members of the committee, I'm proud to be here today as the governor of the great state of Minnesota. Under my leadership, Minnesota has dedicated its resources to ensuring that all Minnesotans can live dignified and full lives with access to top-notch public schools, quality health care, good jobs. Thanks to these initiatives, Minnesota has been ranked as one of the best states to raise a family in, one of the best states to find a job in, and one of the best states to live in. Although Minnesota's programs have...
It's so funny. I'm so used to saying the word leering now. Because every time I'm like thinking, I need to leer a new subject, you know? I've been saying weir and leer. But yeah, no, not all heroes wear capes, man. I need to start saying that. Not all heroes wear capes. They wear quality Leering Center shirts. Dude, Nick Shirley's a fucking hero, bro. Nick Shirley is a hero. And they say that a hero could save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait. I hold on to the wings of the eagles. Watch as Tim Walz saves the day. Let's keep going.
overwhelmingly achieve their intended purposes, they're not immune from fraud. I'll be the first to acknowledge that. But let me be clear. In Minnesota, if you defraud public programs, if you steal taxpayer money, we'll find you, we'll prosecute you, we'll convict you, and we'll throw you in jail. In this anti-fraud mission, we keep good company. Across the country, our nation's governors work hard every single day to combat fraud in their programs. But even as we confront issues similar to our sister states, the people of Minnesota have been singled out and targeted for political retribution at an unparalleled scale, including blocking Medicaid reimbursements to our state just last week. Under the guise of combating fraud, the federal government has flooded Minnesota with masked, untrained, and unaccountable agents who are wreaking havoc in our communities. On the streets of Minnesota, federal agents have entered U.S. citizens' homes who have committed no crimes. They have violated the Constitution.
Hold on. That's a lie right there, because a lot of the times these arrest warrants are real. And if they are, by the way, if those people are there illegally and they're barricading themselves in the house, they've already committed a crime by being here illegally. So don't forget that. Let's keep going.
Rights of our citizens. They have ignored court orders. They have shot first and asked questions later. Time and again, they have gaslit us by demanding that we ignore what we see before our very eyes. But the American people are not so easily fooled. The image of this brutal campaign are seared into our...
Yeah, we're not easily fooled by you either. Tim, that's why you're here, because people are tired of fraudulent freak shows like yourself. And look, he's just swarmy. I don't like the fact that he's swarmy. He just shouldn't be running anything. Tim Walz should just resign today. I think that this hearing is going to either force him. Here's the thing. Tim Walz is either going to double down on the lie after this and keep doing his thing, or after this he'll admit defeat and he'll just resign. But I doubt it. He's going to double down on the lie. That's what professional politicians like Tim Walz do. They double, they triple, they quadruple down on lies. Let's keep going.
Collective memory. The fragile innocence of the 5-year-old boy in a bunny hat being led away from his family. The maddening cruelty.
You do realize that the father ran away. And he left his kid in the snow. What, are you going to leave the child in the snow? To freeze to death? Come on, bro.
Of a barely clothed man, a U.S. citizen, being dragged from his house in the dead of winter. The sheer devastation we feel of seeing the lifeless bodies of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Long after the federal government's agents of chaos pack up and leave, and long after the fraudsters whose name this hearing was supposedly called are prosecuted and imprisoned, the good people of Minnesota will still be picking up the pieces from these senseless acts of cruelty and violence.
Well, you do realize that the reason that happened, at least to Renee Good, I think the whole Alex Preddy thing, that shouldn't have happened. He was shot in the back. Preddy was publicly executed. I admit that. Renee Good, though, I mean, it's the FAFO. FAFO on that one. You know, here's the thing, dude. You told your citizens, by the way, Tim Walz, you fanned the flames. You kept calling ICE the Gestapo, and then these people who think they're Batman, like Renee Good, she basically thought she was Batman, so she starts blocking traffic. Her see you next Tuesday wife starts harassing the ICE officers and being total assholes to them. You don't interfere in ICE investigations. Whether you agree with ICE or not, it really doesn't matter. They're still a federal agency. It would be like, in my opinion, it's like running a red light. It'd be like you run a red light, you get pulled over by a cop. What, you gonna just be like, oh, I think you're wrong, I'm out of here? No, I mean, it's still an officer. Officers are officers. You know, I don't get it. I don't get the logic that the left has. The logic of the left is no logic at all. The left is too far gone. The left is too far gone. It's a mental illness I've come to accept from the left. It's not going to go away. I've just learned to be more accepting of the mental illness from the left. That's all.
As we forge ahead, I hope Minnesotans will remain grounded in a sense of justice, a sense of right and wrong. We know that the way to deter crime is to pursue offenders regardless of who they are, not to pardon them because of who they know. We understand that a key to keeping our people safe is to allow prosecutors to uphold the law, not to punish them for refusing to violate it. And we appreciate that.
Jeremy Stark, what are you going on about? Everybody give a shout out to Jeremy Stark. He keeps calling me a moron because he disagrees with me. What is it now? Dude, you're just an angry person. Jeremy, you're just an overly angry... You're probably just a liberal who's really angry. I get it. You know, I'll give you a virtual hug. How's that sound here? Here. Get close to me, Jeremy. I'm giving you a hug, okay? I'll give you some smooches, too. Mwah. There we go. Are you feeling better? Now, can we please watch the program?
The public trust comes from building common sense anti-fraud safeguards into our programs, not by tearing down established norms. I've been invited here today to talk about how Minnesota...
Oh, yeah, Alex Preddy, I mean, his behavior was psychopathic, exactly. Lordell is exactly right on that one. Yeah, he attacked a federal agent's car. Week prior, they had to tackle the dude. Yeah, and he kept doing the destructive behavior. He was fired. Wasn't he, like, fired from the... Like, they kept painting Alex Preddy to be, like, this really great guy. Yeah, no, Alex Preddy absolutely thought he was Batman. Absolutely. And it's just, like, the behavior from the left is they think that anybody who disagrees with them is the Joker. Jeremy Stark is a great example of this in the chat. I think that Jeremy Stark legitimately thinks like he's Batman and that I'm the Joker, right? He thinks that he's Batman and he thinks that I'm the Joker. It's all because I disagree with him. By the way, I don't think Jeremy's evil. I don't think any liberal's evil. I just think that they're a little delusional. You know? But whatever.
Pursues these objectives. And I hope we can have a conversation about how to strengthen program integrity in every state in the nation. A single taxpayer dollar wasted on fraud is a dollar we can't tolerate. That's why, as governor, I have taken decisive action. I appointed a head of program integrity to oversee statewide anti-fraud efforts. I created the position of Inspector General at the Minnesota Department of Education. At the Department of Human Services, I ordered data-driven reviews and, where appropriate, corrective action against providers. I've directed my administration to work with our partners in state, federal, and tribal law enforcement to make sure that fraudsters go to jail. Our cooperation with the FBI and the Department of Justice have led to serious criminal charges for over 75 individuals. Most importantly, year in and year out, and long before Minnesota programs were featured on right-wing social media, I've worked with the Minnesota legislature.
Jeremy Stark says, "You need me, Garza. You have a failed channel." Oh. Jeremy. So my boy Tyler says his comment got oh no. Sorry, Tyler. I probably can't see it for some reason. YouTube's weird. But yeah, Jeremy Stark. Dude, Jeremy, you know what? I you're right. God, my channel's failed. It's because I didn't listen to you, man. It's because I didn't listen to Jeremy. So, Jeremy, I want to apologize. I devote all my man love to Tim Walz. Got the log thing? You What? No, Jeremy, I'm not going to block you. Because I don't believe in silencing. No, I don't believe in silencing people who oppose me. Why would I silence people who oppose me? I don't believe in silencing people who disagree with me, even if they're annoying. You want to know why? Because I do want to see everybody speak. You know, the worst thing that you'll do is annoy me. And I've had worse things happen to me than people annoy me with thoughts that I don't particularly like. So with everything I've faced in my life, annoying people is barely anything to me. So my boy Tylord says Jeremy is the same moron that doesn't realize commenting puts the content out. Yep. Well, no, Jeremy, look, I get it. You don't like Trump. Whoop-de-doo. I'm assuming that you're a big Tim Walz fanboy, though. No, so I'm assuming that's fine. You don't have to like. That's fine. You don't have to like Trump. There's a lot of people that don't like Trump. There's a lot of people that do. Do you like Tim Walz? I mean, if you like Tim Walz, that's fine. I mean, that's your prerogative. But I am shocked though if you actually like Tim Walz. I am a little shocked by that if you do. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't know. Well, Jeremy Stark. You know, let's keep watching. You're right. Well, here's the thing, Jeremy. You assume just as much about me as I do about you. It's all you can do sometimes, Jeremy. There's nothing bad about assuming anything. Hell, there's a lot of times you have to make assumptions when you have a lack of data. Yeah, sometimes you don't know it. You can't know everything. I believe that perfection is paralysis, especially I call it information paralysis too. You can't have perfect information. There's no such thing as perfect information. I think that's the one thing people always try to seek is that they need all the answers. Sometimes you're just going to have to put the pieces together. So I'm the reason. Oh my God, Jeremy, you're such a fucking drama queen, dude.
To give state agencies the authority they need to take action based on red flags when they discover them. There's undoubtedly more to do. We'll continue to do the important work of combating.
Tim Walz sounds like a complete doofus. I'm sorry, I can't stand Tim Walz.
Fraud, but as we do so, we're going to remain true to Minnesota principles. We will feed our hungry children. We will help the poor afford health.
I think Jeremy Stark, look, Jeremy, I love you, bro, but man, you got some mental health issues, bro. Jeremy, just drink some water. I don't know. You're right. I voted. Yes, I did vote. Look, Jeremy, I'm pro-ICE. I'm pro-ICE. I'm pro-Trump. I'm not ashamed of admitting these things, by the way. I'm not ashamed to admit these things. And why should I be? Tell me, why should I be? I'm very much on these sides. Yeah, he's basically mad at me for voting for Trump, so I don't really give a shit. It's just another annoying liberal. Is this another annoying liberal pussy trying to tell me what to do? If you guys are tired of liberal pussies trying to tell you what to do, please tap the like button and the subscribe button. If you guys think that Nick Shirley and David Hogue are total heroes for exposing this turd, Mr. Tim Walz, for all the alleged fraud, please subscribe and like.
Healthcare. We will assist people with disabilities while also keeping fraud in check. We'll demonstrate our decency, our integrity, and never yield to political scapegoats.
You're saying that I fell for a con man. I don't know. Donald Trump's doing a pretty good job, dude. What are you saying, Jeremy? I think Donald Trump's doing a great job. What's Donald Trump done wrong? Just tell me what's Trump done wrong.
scapegoating, particularly of our most vulnerable communities. In these extraordinarily trying times, the people of Minnesota have come together to show the world their values. I'm proud and honored to be their governor, and I look forward to today's questions.
No, you don't, dude. You are not going to like what's coming because, well, I mean, he looks forward to it because he's a professional liar. So, but I'm going to try to give Tim Walz the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to try. All right, I'm trying to turn a new leaf with Mr. Tim Walz. I want to let Tim Walz know that I think he's pretty hot. I think he's pretty sexy. Yeah, anyway, Tim Walz is the man. No, okay. I love Tim Walz. I really do. I love Tim Walz, it's true. He is so sexy. And he is so fine. Give me Tim Walz right now. He is so fucking sexy. Okay, let's keep watching.
Thank you, Governor. We now
David, your response?
Well, so Governor Walz is all of a sudden taking all these actions to combat fraud, but he's on public record as stating that he knew about the fraud early in his first term. Well, if he took office in January of 2019, we can assume at some point in 2019 he knew about the fraud, but it's only now that he's taking action to try and halt this fraud. So what's he been doing for the past 6 or 7 years?
Yeah, he said some interesting things in there. He did try to play
so
that.
Tim Walz, you have to understand, he's a pathological liar. He lied about, he's from the...
Oh, dude, my boy David Hogue is saying the same thing. Tim Walz is a pathological liar. I made that point earlier. So, yeah, Tim's basically going to lie. That's what he does. Tim Walz, man. Let's keep going.
Nebraska. He lied about receiving the Chamber of Commerce award from Nebraska. He lied about his DUI arrest. He lied about in vitro fertilization. He lied about his military records with stolen valor. And he changed the flag of Minnesota to look like the flag of Somalia.
Mm-hmm. I don't think
that is a little sketch. No, hold on. I think I was hearing shit. He had I didn't know that Tim Walz had a DUI arrest, though. That's crazy.
I think Tim leered too much. People here in the chat are saying he lied underneath oath, but we'll see what happens. Because
that's exactly what I said. That's funny because I said that the moment he even took the oath as saying that he was that he would tell the truth, that we already knew he's lying because we know he's a pathological liar. So therefore, because of the knowledge that we have allegedly that he is one, we can make a fair assumption. Tim Smith says, is Garza's Tim Walz watch party and DoorDasher? Oh, man. You guys are killing me. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going.
Now it looks like Keith Ellison's going to start going. He's going to give his statement.
Wait till the questions start flying, Nick.
I recognize Attorney General Ellison.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. And thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. And thank you to all the members of the committee. My name is...
He meant to say Garza, not Garcia. He meant to say Garza, I think.
Keith Ellison, and I have the honor of serving as Minnesota's Attorney General. You have invited me here today to speak about the topic I feel very strongly about, fraud enforcement. I look forward to discussing the
I don't feel like I look official enough. I feel like I don't look official enough for this. Okay, my hero Tim Walz. Okay. If my hero Tim Walz has to take the stand, I need to look professional. Let's keep going. It's time I leered a lesson. I gotta loosen my tie a little bit.
Contributions of my office and the contributions we've made to fighting fraud in our state. Fraud in government.
So Tim Smith says Garza looks like someone caught in a predator sting. Oh shit, dude! Don't make me laugh, dude. I'm just gonna. I got so much phlegm in my throat that every time I laugh, I just keep coughing. That's funny, man. That's funny. I love it. Oh man.
Programs is reprehensible. It takes food from the tables of the hungry. It takes shelter from those without it. I have worked every day as Attorney General to hold fraudsters accountable, and I'm proud of our record. We've won 300 Medicaid fraud convictions, more than any other state of similar size, and recovered over $80 million for Minnesota taxpayers. We've returned tens of millions of dollars to victims of consumer fraud in Minnesota. Since 2019, our Charities Division has resolved over 50 investigations and dissolved 17 sham nonprofits. It's important to note that under Minnesota law, my office has limited jurisdiction over criminal matters. The only kind of criminal case we can prosecute all on our own is Medicaid fraud. Any other kind of criminal case must be referred to us by county attorneys. Still, we've punched above our weight where we do have criminal jurisdiction. I'm proud of that. Over the past 6 years, my Medicaid fraud control unit has ranked 5th in the nation in fraud convictions. Last week, I urged the state legislators to pass a bipartisan Medical Assistance Protection Act, which would give us additional resources to prosecute Medicaid fraudsters. Where fraud occurs outside of our jurisdiction, my office has and will continue assisting our local and federal partners. When our help is requested, we support
Shirley
our
left his
87 county
DoorDashes.
attorneys in Minnesota, and we regularly coordinate with federal investigators and prosecutors to combat fraud. That type of collaboration between enforcers at all levels of the government is essential in this fight. And that is why, if we are to discuss law enforcement efforts in Minnesota,
God, this is boring. God, I just want to see Tim Walz lie. The only reason, I'm not going to lie, the only reason I'm here is not because, first off, I believe in the truth, but I don't believe it's coming out of Tim Walz. I'll say that right now. However, here we go. You know what? Let's get this right. Let's get this right, yeah. Okay, how are we doing this? What do you guys think? You guys think this is good? Do I look sexy? Oh, I could just wear the tie on the side. Oh, you know what I can do? Hold on. And nobody knows it but me. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I could wear it like a do-rag. Okay, there we go. Let's keep watching. Okay, let's listen to Tim Walz, man. Let's do this. I'm ready.
Ignore the devastating effects of Operation Metro Surge. As you know, the Trump administration, on the pretext of fighting fraud, unleashed over 3,000 masked armed agents on the streets of Minnesota. And as a result, 2 U.S. citizens were killed by federal agents, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Federal law enforcement still refuses to cooperate with us in investigating their deaths. Young, innocent children were detained and traumatized. Schools and businesses were forced to close, costing countless families their jobs, their livelihoods, their education, and costing our state hundreds of millions of dollars in economic damage. Operation Metro Surge did nothing to address fraud in our state. It harmed
So here's what needed to happen. You needed to, first off, the problem is the entire Minnesota government, basically, allegedly, basically called ICE the Gestapo and allegedly encouraged their citizens to start doing some stupid shit.
our economy. It scarred our people, and it dealt a devastating blow to fraud enforcement in Minnesota. As a result of Metro Surge, federal prosecutors' efforts to fight fraud in Minnesota have suffered a major setback. In the U.S. Attorney's Office, 6 high-ranking attorneys resigned because of the Department of Justice pressured them to investigate Renee Good's grieving widow. 8 more prosecutors then followed. The remaining staff should be spending their time prosecuting.
I mean, her widow did actually say "drive, baby, drive," and I think was probably encouraging Renee to do all those things. So in a lot of ways, Renee Good's wife is also just as responsible for her death as anybody else. Now, don't get me wrong. ICE agent I still think shouldn't have fired, even if he did get hit by the car. And I think Renee Good... Here's the thing. It's an F around and find out sort of scenario. If you hit an officer of any kind, there's a chance that you're going to get, you know what I mean? It blows my mind. It blows my mind.
Fraudsters and criminals. Instead, they are drowning in immigration-related petitions resulting from Operation Metro Surge. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we cannot combat fraud without consistent messaging and support from our political leaders. All sides, Republicans and Democrats, the federal government and the states must work together if we're going to win the fight against those who would steal from the public. We need our leaders to unite in that effort, not to use it as a political tool to score political points. I stand ready. And
I just want to see Tim Walz. Show me my home dog, Tim Walz. Frog, eat frog. Where is my home frog? I need my home frog. Frog, eat frog.
To work with the members of this committee.
Where do you go?
Fraudsters accountable.
My froggy.
Now more than ever, we need coordinated.
I want to know.
Across law enforcement.
Where do you
if
go?
We are to achieve our goals.
My froggy.
I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General. Now recognize Reverend Tolgard for her opening statement.
The chemicals in the water are turning frog, eat frog gay.
David, before we get into this, next lady, any response from Ellison?
Again,
They talked for 2.5 minutes. He talked about
Hey boy,
Operation
what
Metro
you got?
Surge. He didn't even talk about
Can't
the fraud.
take this
Right,
anymore.
and so I don't understand. They're trying to fit Operation Metro Surge into this fraud picture. It's totally unrelated.
Tired of wearing
That's
the
an
tie.
immigration issue. And instead of addressing fraud and what Walz has done, so he took off at the same time, or Ellison took off at the same time as Walz did. And now he says they're going to get aggressive fighting fraud. Now more than ever is what he said. And he said that he's limited in the cases he can take. But then he went on to say that he punches above his weight. So he's not limited in the cases he can take. He just contradicted himself. And that's what you're going to see, especially when you get into the Q&A session here, that they can't keep their story straight. And I do believe that
a lot of the government officials in Minnesota, I do believe that they just have a pathological lying problem. I really believe that, man. I can't help myself. And I can't help myself.
The women who are sitting behind Ellison and how angry they are, they're so angry. But I have no idea why this pastor, this reverend, or whoever she is, what is her knowledge of the fraud going to be?
Should be interesting to hear what she has to say.
She's going to talk about how it's damaged society and ICE and nonsense.
Yeah. All right. Well, really quick, I want to give a few shouts to Kat Urato for becoming a member, and then also anybody who leaves a super chat. We're saving those, and we'll answer any questions inside the super chats at the end.
Make sure you guys subscribe to Nick Shirley, though. By the way, he's an incredible human being. I love Nick Shirley. If you guys love David Hogue and you love Nick Shirley, make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. Nick freaking Shirley. I didn't even tap the like button yet, so I tapped the like button. Let's go.
Into this live stream. All right, now let's hear what this lady has to say.
Chairman, ranking members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity.
But yeah, like I said, please subscribe to Nick Shirley's channel. He's an amazing human being. We love Nick. We call him Big Dick Nick. Let's go.
To speak today. I am the Reverend Mariah Tolgard, and I serve as senior pastor at Hamlin Church United Methodist in St. Paul, Minnesota. I come before you today in my personal capacity as a pastor, as a citizen, as a mother, an ordinary Minnesotan who has witnessed up close the fear and harm that Operation Metro Surge has inflicted on our state.
I'm sorry, but this is supposed to be about fraud.
Yeah, so that's why I'm just so bewildered by this. What is this crap? This is just
I'm going to scratch my eyes out right here on the live stream.
What are they doing? All right. Okay, let's listen to her. Keep going.
It just gets worse. Because this is supposed to be about the fraud that's actually been committed in... By the way, ICE deserved to be in Minnesota, just as a heads up to everybody. So there was nothing wrong with ICE being in Minnesota. In fact, I think they did more good than harm. So
The hearing today is about fraud in Minnesota, which is serving as a pretext for the terror the federal government has brought to the people of Minnesota. This fraud has been used as a rationale for deploying 3,000...
Oh, you guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. We're currently sitting at 8,561 subs. Once again, we're at 8,561 subscribers, so please tap the subscribe button. It really does help the channel grow. Let's keep watching.
Immigration enforcement agents into our state in operations that target the most vulnerable among us, but are indiscriminately impacting all of us. Let me tell you about what this looks like where I live. In my church, members have been afraid to come to worship and have even postponed funerals. An elderly Hmong man in our city, a U.S. citizen, was taken from his home in the freezing cold wearing only...
She's got to be a Karen. She just has a Karen, the way she dresses, the way she acts, the way her mannerisms. This is total Karen.
His underwear and a blanket. ICE vehicles drive recklessly through our neighborhoods in packs of 4 to 6, stopping people of color for proof of citizenship, including a local police officer. In St. Paul Public Schools, where my 3 daughters attend, nearly a quarter of students enrolled in distance learning because families were too afraid to leave their homes. My 8-year-old struggles to sleep at night because she is afraid ICE agents might break into our house.
That's because you've told them that ICE is the boogeyman. ICE is under your bed. Ooh, no, dude, you were so exaggerating this. The reason that ICE is there, by the way, and even if there are several ICE fans, is because you guys have an illegal immigration problem because of Tim Walz. Reverend, you should be looking at Tim Walz and be like, dude, why did you turn this into an illegal immigrant safe haven? But you're not, because you're a liberal, and that's okay. You do you.
At local elementary
do you.
schools in Minnesota and across the country, students are practicing drills for what to do if ICE is near their school.
Oh my God.
Let that sit with you. American children
Okay,
are not
that doesn't. First off, the reason you want to know why those drills are happening, it's because they're paranoid socialist teachers who hate Trump think that it's necessary to do those drills. It's not like ICE is going in there and be like, you guys need to do drills because we're so... No, these fucking paranoid teachers are convincing the kids, these paranoid teachers are convincing their kids that they need to do these practice drills because ICE is the boogeyman. Ooh, ICE is gonna get you. You've been bad. You've been bad. You've been so bad. ICE is gonna get you, dude. ICE is gonna spank you and tie you to the... No, I think that the whole boogeyman, like they basically, the liberals are convinced that ICE is the boogeyman. Well, I think they think Donald Trump's the boogeyman. And I think they think that ICE is like, I don't know what they think ICE is. The boogeyman as well.
now practicing two kinds of drills at school. One for an active shooter and one to protect themselves from their own government.
Okay. The reason those drills exist, you want to know why those drills exist? The second one, at least. Like I said, the paranoid school system thought it was necessary. That's it. It's not like they really... You do realize that Minnesotans are overly liberal and overly hyperbolic about everything. That's just how the liberals are. I mean, it's pretty freaking simple.
That is not
Did she just compare ICE to an active school shooter?
She did.
That's a crazy take. That is crazy. That's like the problem with what's going on now, is because now they're trying to paint ICE as if they're literally school shooters.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're like, oh, here are the drills we have to do. One for an active shooter and one for ICE. It's like, dude, stop it. ICE is a federal agency. They're a legitimate federal agency. You just don't like them because they're taking away illegal immigrants that you probably illegally hired to illegally tend to your garden and pay them under the table.
But they have to run drills for these people at schools.
I think they're just mad because they're going to have to pay full price for an actual maid. I think a lot of these people are just angry because they're going to have to pay full price for an actual maid or a gardener. That's why they're really mad. They don't really care. They don't give a shit.
They're
Yeah,
going
just
after
Q&A.
people that are here illegally.
I have an idea what's coming up in the Q&A, so let's see what happens there.
But seriously, how can someone stand in front of Congress and compare ICE to school shooters for children? What does that do to the little kids? That's why you see all these kids out of these high schools protesting, because they're being told by people like this lady that they're as bad as school shooters. Like, that's
Hiding behind the
absurd.
cloth. That's what she's doing.
That is absurd. All right, let's continue.
not security. That is a nation failing its children. This is happening to all of our neighbors in Minnesota. Every Minnesotan has stories that will stay with you. From hearing of someone hiding in a walk-in cooler or the back room when ICE stormed into their workplace, to friends and family members being followed when dropping off their children at daycare. In Minnesota, we love our neighbors. We care for one another, and because we believe that every person bears the image of God, we've built systems that reflect that belief. Free meals for all children, healthcare for families who need it, schools where every kid belongs. That's what love of neighbor looks like in action. This administration has targeted Minnesota because we live out our values of loving our neighbors.
Oh, God, that is such fucking bullshit. So that's the reason that they're they're targeting Minnesota because you guys are basically a safe haven for illegal immigrants. And you guys also allowed so much fraud committed by one specific group. I'm not going to name them, but we all know who they are. Oh, unreal, dude. Unreal, dude.
These tactics aimed at undermining those values have not succeeded. When unidentified masked agents appeared on our streets, Minnesotans put on their own uniforms, and it said neighbor. Motivated by faith and conscience, we bought groceries for families in hiding. We paid rent. We drove children to school. We stood vigil at mosques. We served as constitutional.
We took them to the Quality Leering Center. We took our children, our non-existent children, to the non-existent Quality Leering Center. Ah, my former alma mater, the Quality Leering Center. I remember it just like it was yesterday. By the way, if you guys love Nick Shirley as much as I do, please tap the like button. Let's go.
Observers, we pledged to care for children if parents were detained. We sang, we marched, we prayed. As a pastor, I say to you, if you feel even a flicker of discomfort hearing these
if
stories,
I asked you to dance,
pay attention to it.
Would you
If
run?
you hear about children like Liam Ramos, if you
And
saw the
never
videos
look
of the
back.
murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, if you know of workers arrested in the very restaurants where they serve federal agents their meals, if you understand that citizens and legal residents have been wrongfully detained.
No, I mean, liberals love defending criminals. Yeah. Liberals love defending criminals. This woman right here is doing that all for us.
And something in you tightens, that is not partisanship, that is conscience. In my faith tradition,
Well, liberals feel guilty about everything, though. That's the problem. I think it's sometimes feeling guilty about everything, it can be a form of a mental illness. Look, I mean, it's okay to feel guilt, but I feel like liberals are just guilty about everything. And this is one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of like Catholicism and stuff, you know. But
call that the still, quiet voice.
Will this lady talk about the fraud? She's got like a few seconds left. All right.
she's trying to distract away from the fraud, I think. I think that's what's really happening at the end of the day. I think they're trying to steer everything away from the fraud. They're trying to distract it and be like, yeah. This is so crazy.
But let's keep going.
The voice of God.
I mean, this is emotional manipulation 101.
It's not too late to listen, to change our minds, our hearts, and our policies. To the members of this committee and our leaders across government, the question I leave with you is simple. What are you willing to do about it? Your silence has a cost. And
I'm willing to goon. Would you goon? If I asked you to goon, would you run and never look back? Or would you goon?
It is being paid right now by children who cannot sleep, families who cannot grieve, and communities that are hollowed out. To Americans across the country and those watching from home, and particularly to the families still too afraid to leave their houses, there are more people fighting for you than you know. Jesus teaches us in Matthew 25, whatever you do for the least of these, you do unto me. History will tell its story about us, but long before then, our own souls will know whether we stood with them or turned away. No nation can build a true future on the terror of its own people. Security built on fear will shatter the first time it is tested. Only a community that chooses love of neighbor over fear will endure, and that is still within our power to become. Thank you for allowing me to share our story. I am deeply proud to be a Minnesotan.
Does that lady not realize?
God, what is this? Oh, that was so infuriating. None of that had to do with any of the fraud. None of that. And this smug person behind her is like, yeah, you did a good job. No, you didn't. This has nothing to do with ICE being in Minnesota. This has everything to do with Tim Walz allowing a single group, the Somalians, to create fake businesses and totally mooch off federal and state taxpayer money. That's the problem we have here, folks. And this smug bitch is trying to steer us off course. And that's why she's there.
Like the reason we're here is because
Get her off my screen.
they stole $9 billion from taxpayers.
I don't even want to look
Well,
at her.
you know what's funny?
She's a Karen.
Is she said, "Oh, parents are afraid they're being followed when they drop their kids off at daycare," and I said, "And what daycares would those be? What kids?"
Yes, that's very true. Because not has a
The Quality Leering Center.
single mother came out saying they have not been able to put their kid into daycare since we posted our video.
Not one.
Not a single mother.
Yepers. It's because none of them were bringing their kids to the Quality Leering Center or any of those other fraud-ass, fake-ass daycares, dude. Tim Walz is just a monster. Tim Walz is a total fucking monster. Let's keep going.
All right, now this is where it's going to get interesting, you guys. Because now is when congressmen and everyone who's up there at the hearing gets their time to ask questions. And
Oh, you guys, if you guys can, do me a huge solid. Tap the like button if you haven't already. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. At least it helps push us out on YouTube quite a bit. So don't forget to tap the like button. Let's keep going.
when the questions are directed to one of these people, like Tim Walz or Keith Ellison, they have to answer, or I imagine they can plead the fifth, but that just looks really, really bad. So they have to answer, and I don't know how many people are there today, but I'm sure there's going to be a full panel from the Republican side, and we'll see how many Democrats show up as well. And so this could go on for quite some time and should get very heated. So everybody, lock in. We got a lot of people in here. There's going to be a lot of leering going down.
Okay, Nick, the boring part is over. Now we get to the fun part.
Let's take the over-under. We'll use the word leering. What do you think?
Well, they brought up right-wing media, or
Yes,
right-wing YouTube or something. Walz did.
That is
So-
true. That is true. Okay, oh shoot, where'd it go? All right.
He
here we go.
lost it. No.
Okay,
Okay.
let's roll.
With that objection, Majority Whip Tom Emmer from Minnesota and Representative McCollum, also of Minnesota, are waived on to the committee for the purpose of questioning witnesses at today's committee hearing. Without objection, so ordered. And now, okay, I'd like to recognize Representative McCollum for a UC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to, for the record, have a unanimous request put in with the statement. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered. We'll now begin our questions, and Chair recognizes the Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, why didn't you tell the truth? Why didn't you just tell the truth about the Feeding Our Future program? This program, my
That's great, dude. That's a great way to start. Why didn't you just tell the truth, bro?
understanding, received $3 million the first year. Within a couple years, was getting $200 million of taxpayer money. Whistleblowers raised concerns. As the chairman said, auditors raised concerns. Everybody raised concerns. March 30th, 2021, the payments are stopped.
It's funny because it was like, I guess the full Feeding Our Futures Foundation was like rife with red flags. Rife with them. And yet somehow Tim Walz just let it go on. Let that go on for a while too, I guess. Allegedly. I mean, we'll see. I'm kind of curious. There are some details about this that I'm not aware of. So hearing these questions and seeing these people call out Tim Walz's bullshit. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I might make a little bit of a mess in my pants watching this, but I'm not going to tell you what the mess is.
A little over a month later, the payments are
Maybe on my
restarted.
pants.
Why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments?
Well, Chairman, we did tell you, and Feeding Our Future grew because of the pandemic. And
I didn't ask that question. I said, why didn't you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments? The payments stopped because there were concerns, obviously. It wouldn't stop the payment. Then they're restarted a month later. What was the reason for restarting the payments?
my understanding was the agency believed that the court had required them to make those payments.
And that was false, wasn't it? You repeated
think
that.
that
You
is-
said that, didn't you? You
I
said that's
don't
why the
think-
reason you said the reason you restarted is because the court ordered you to do so. Is that right?
I don't believe that is settled yet, best of my knowledge.
Well, I think it is, because the court did something that I don't know if I've ever seen it. They issued a statement saying you were wrong in what you were saying. This is from the court. It says, Feeding Our Future versus Minnesota Department of Education, correcting reports and statements by Governor Tim Walz concerning orders issued by the court. Here's what the judge says. Governor Tim Walz told the media that the Minnesota Department of Education attempted in payments to FOF because of possible fraud, but that Judge Guthman ordered payments to continue in April 2021. Next sentence. That is false. So you said something that wasn't true. He further states this, Judge Guthman, the court says this, Judge Guthman never ordered the Department of Education to resume payments to Feeding Our Future in April 2021 or at any other time.
Okay.
So I want to know, why didn't you tell the truth?
Congressman, the attorneys at the Department of Education interpreted that differently. Both of those judges are no longer on the bench, and I think that
the very
interpretation.
first sentence, the first 7 words. This is not some unnamed source talking to the New York Times. This is not some anonymous source talking to whatever your Minnesota Star Tribune or whatever your paper is. This is the court speaking. First sentence, first 7 words. Due to inaccurate statements by the governor, Ramsey County District Court judge has issued and authorized this following news release. That's pretty straightforward. So the court's lying?
I can't tell you, Congressman, but the interpretation
somebody's lying. Somebody.
Oh, we know who's lying. Oh, we know who's lying. It's him. Oh. It's me. No. Is it me? All right, who's lying the most? Is Tim Walz? Is it Tim Walz right here who's lying? Or is it me? Am I lying or is Tim Walz lying?
Somebody's lying, because you can't say the court ordered you to restart the payments, and then the court says we didn't order you to restart the payments. So either you're lying or the court's lying. And I'm just
somebody
asking,
lying,
which one
dude.
is it?
Somebody's motherfucking lying, dude.
I just simply know what the attorneys at the agency believed, that it was a misinterpretation.
Could
And
it
I would
be-
know.
Whoa.
Maybe you were
I
trying-
misinterpreted the rules. Dude, he learned Tim Walz leered from the Bill Belichick playbook. I simply misinterpreted the rules. So Tim Walz is using the Belichick defense. Look, I misinterpreted the rules. I didn't know what the rules were. How could I commit fraud when I don't even know what the rules are, dude? I misinterpreted the rules. Whoopsie, I didn't understand them. LOL.
To hide behind the court, Governor? Could that maybe be the reason why you issued the statements you did and why the court had to do something you never see done before? They issue a press statement saying you're wrong. The governor is wrong. His statement is, their words, not mine, false.
Tim motherfucking Walz,
That was not
bro.
the interpretation of the attorneys. And you know, court work, you can appeal those, Congressman, as you well know. I'm sure
Is it
there's
all about politics, Governor?
no. It's about taking care of our people, which
Yeah,
Minnesota
these
does
programs
better
go
than
from
anyone
3
else.
million. The behavioral intervention program went from 3 million to 400 million in 5 years. The housing stabilization went from 2.6 million to 104 million. The integrated community supports went from 4.6 million to 170 million in 3 years. And this is unbelievable what's happening. And you're trying to hide behind some pretend court order, some court order that didn't exist. Governor, who's Casey Magan?
I don't know who Casey Magan is.
Well, I'll tell you. Mr. Magan is a Somali American and a fraud investigator in the guy beside you's office, in the Attorney General's office. And here's what he said. There was a perception that forcefully tackling this issue might cause political backlash among the Somali community, which is a core voting bloc. Did that have anything to do with this whole fraud scheme that went on here?
Is Tim Walz just going to resign? Like, what would it take for this guy to resign? Like, this meeting has to be like the end. We're just done with Tim Walz, bro.
State governor?
It did not, Congressman.
Did not. So you're saying Mr. Casey Magan is lying too?
I'm not.
You're the only one telling the truth in the whole state. Mr. Magan, who's a fraud investigator at the Attorney General's office, says it's politics. The court said
I couldn't speak for Mr. Magan. You asked me a question.
I know. I'm asking.
And I said no when you asked me the question.
I'm saying Casey Magan said just the opposite.
I don't know.
So the court's wrong and Casey Magan's wrong. You're the only guy right. How many people have been indicted in your state right now? Do you know, Governor?
I don't have those numbers with me.
You don't? 98 people been indicted. You happen to know how many are Somali American?
I don't.
All of them. No, I don't know. I think I'm going to guess like 80. My guess would actually be 87%, though. I'm going to say 87%. No, I take that back. 87. I'm going to say
We don't
87. That's my final
investigate
answer.
or prosecute people based on ethnicity, religion.
Neither do I. We shouldn't do that. But but Mr. Megan is a Somali American who just said that the core one of the concerns was this is a core voting block. And I just want to know if you know how many of the 98 people who have been indicted in your state are Somali.
I don't. Their ethnicity is not my concern.
85% of the people indicted were Somali American, key voting block, and I think that's what drove this whole thing. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize the ranking member, it's my understanding, Mr. Biggs, you seek recognition.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have some uses. Here you go.
Wow, Tim, that did not look good for Tim right there.
He's a pathological liar. They're going to catch him in more lies. Just watch.
Biden clemency for convicted fraudsters met with outrage. Next one. Biden's clemency and pardon list includes former elected officials. Next one. The drug dealers, thieves, and gang leaders granted clemency by Joe Biden. Next one. North Dakota judge blasts Biden for setting fraudsters free. Next one. Victims shocked after Biden grants clemency to kids for cash. Next one. Who has Joe Biden pardoned? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes ranking member Garcia from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank, of course, our witnesses again for being here. Now, of course, over the past 2 months, countless brave Minnesotans have shared their stories of heartbreak and violence and terror, not just with us in this committee, but with folks across the country. Peaceful protesters are being shot in the streets. Children have been snatched from their schools. People dragged from their cars and tackled at work. And we know that parents, of course, have been missing work and children have been missing school. Now, Reverend Tolgard, I want the country to really understand the effects on kids. Are you seeing families who can't go to work, who can't go grocery shopping, and who can't take their kids to school or the library or the park because they're terrified to leave their home? Are you seeing that?
Just because people are terrified to leave their home doesn't mean that they're accurate. You got to realize that the reason that people were terrified to leave their homes to begin with is because Tim Walz implanted into the minds of his constituents in Minnesota that ICE is the boogeyman. ICE is coming to get them. Ooh. Ooh. And of course people would be afraid to leave their homes because they were told by their incompetent governor that ICE is the Gestapo. Ooh.
Yes, that's what we are seeing in Minnesota.
So Tim Smith says, whoa, that guy looks like Mexican Adam Livingston. That's funny. I like it. Hey, guys, don't forget to please like and subscribe. The more likes and the more subscribes we have, the better. So please don't forget to like and subscribe. Oh, my God.
And this includes, of course, U.S. citizens, right? We're talking about also families, U.S. citizen families, and kids who are United States citizens. Is that correct?
Yes, people who are U.S. citizens and legal residents.
Well, thank you. I want to just show this image here. This is an image of some kids, including, by the way, one of Liam Ramos's classmates. These are kids that are being held at U.S. detention centers and detention facilities.
So Meg League 1130 says they are the boogeyman in Minnesota. Have you been there lately? They're on every corner up in the library stopping people. Yeah, I think you're a bot account, Meg. That sounds so fucking unlikely and over-exaggerated. So Meg League 1130 says that ICE is on every corner. Up in the stores, the library, stopping people with no cause. Oh, come on. I just feel like that's so ridiculous. Come on. And here's the thing, though. The only thing I've seen the crazy people. and I think Meg is either a bot or a crazy person. I don't know what she is, but here's what I'm trying to say. From all the footage that I've seen, it's been these crazy, unhinged leftist Karens that keep either kicking they keep vandalizing the ICE SUVs, they keep harassing the ICE officers. The only threats, I mean, the only threats I've seen in Minnesota are not from ICE, they're from the leftists threatening the ICE agents. So, Meg, it's sad that you live there, but you are making up a story. I just feel like with everything that I've seen, it's a level of delusion that actually blows my mind. Tim Smith says, Meg, why are you bragging about what a great job Trump is doing? Oh, Tim Smith, you're the man, dude. Anyway, let's keep going. But no, I do think that Meg, I'm trying to be sympathetic. I'm trying to be empathetic here. But that just, and you know what? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll give you some of the benefit of the doubt here. I just don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm sorry. Let's keep going.
Now, Reverend Tolgard, when children hear about thousands of kids being detained, reportedly almost 4,000, that must be terrifying. Is that correct?
That is absolutely terrifying for children to hear these stories and to fear for that experience.
And would you say that
It's
kids
absolutely like totally terrible. Oh my God. Oh my God.
are scared at their school?
Kids are scared at their schools.
Parents are scared of what's going to happen to their children. Would you say that is correct
Yes,
also?
that is correct.
Well, thank you.
Those are the same parents that came here illegally, knowing what would potentially happen.
Again, nothing.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's actually irresponsible of the parents to bring their kids, especially if these parents came here illegally. So I don't know why we're supposed to feel. I mean, I do feel bad for these kids because their parents are stupid. I feel bad that they have to deal with stupid parents, irresponsible parents. It's not the kid's fault, that the parents are dumb. And yeah, do I feel bad for the kids? Sure. But we can't just say that, these are illegal. Look, illegal immigrants are illegal immigrants. And for those of you who are saying that illegal immigrants have committed no crime, are you kidding me? The fact that they're in the country illegally is enough of a crime to begin with. ET says, what's happening today, Garza? Oh, man, I'm just chilling, dude. I'm feeling better. We're watching Tim frickin' Walz, though. We're watching our homie, Tim Walz, set the record straight. Tim Smith says Walz showed up with a Karen army. Absolutely, he did. Tim Walz is an American hero, folks. Tim Walz is the GOAT.
With fraud.
Nothing to do with fraud. And yes, it is sad that kids are going to detention centers, but they're in their process of being deported out of the United States because they came in here because of their parents illegally. So
yeah, I mean, this makes perfect sense. Why are we supposed to So if an illegal immigrant brings their kid along, we're not supposed to send them and their kid back? And what sort of logic is that?
That's just kind of the truth of it, right?
Yes.
All right, let's continue.
Now we're discussing the violence and brutality that's...
If you guys can, though, we're trying to get more subscribers. So we're currently sitting at 8,564 subs. Once again, we're at 8,564 subscribers. So make sure you guys tap the subscribe button. It really does help the channel grow. The more subscribers we get, the better. So yeah, don't forget to tap that subscribe button. Once again, don't forget to tap the subscribe button. If you guys love Nick Shirley and David as much as I do, please subscribe to my channel and subscribe to Nick Shirley's channel as well.
It's happened. And I want to show another image that's kind of difficult, I think, to see, but I think it's important for the American public to continue to see it. Now, this is the driver's seat of Renee Good's car seat after an ICE agent shot her dead. Now, Reverend Tolgard, are families in your community afraid that this sort of horrific image could happen to them next?
Yes.
Are kids scared that this type of horrific image could happen to one of their parents?
Kids like my own, kids like the kids in my church.
Did you at least tell them why that happened? That Renee did F around and find out? That she did ram an ICE agent with her vehicle? That she was knowingly blocking traffic and impeding upon a legal investigation? Do you guys give any sort of context as to how it ended up that way? And by the way, I'm not a fan of the ICE agent for shooting her 3 times. I think that was a little excessive. Quite a bit excessive. But what I'm saying is, Renee would have been completely fine if she wasn't just pulling all the BS that she was pulling. And by the way, I still think that ICE agents should not have lethal weaponry. I'll admit that. I think that a lot of them don't get the adequate amount of training to be proper holders of weapons half the time. And by the way, another thing that sucks is the ICE agents get constantly harassed by all these Minnesotans, which makes their jobs worse and their mental health even worse. So like, these people are not making ICE's jobs easier. They're making it more difficult.
Church are afraid that that could happen to their parents when they speak out.
And let's remember that an ICE agent specifically told a protester, have y'all not learned from the past couple of days? This is just 2 days after Renee Good was shot. That is being told to people on the ground in Minneapolis and across the country, across Minnesota, and it's not acceptable. We should be clear here. This violence does not make us...
Well, look, if your protesters in Minnesota are giving ICE agents crap and they're constantly harassing ICE agents, what do you think's going to happen to those, I'm going to call them rioters? The people in Minnesota, by the way, are rioters. They're not protesters. They are rioters. I'm glad we're back on the Minnesota train. I'm glad we're back on this Minnesota train because I think it needs to be talked about.
Safer. It does not address fraud, waste, and abuse. It doesn't help families with health care, does not grow or build small businesses, and it certainly, as we're continuing to discuss,
this is
not
so fucking boring. This is not about the fraud. Yeah, Renee Good drove her vehicle into an ICE agent. Exactly.
preventing the kind of fraud that Republicans are discussing here today. Now, Governor, can you walk us through specifically how Operation Metro Surge affected Minnesota's ability to investigate actual fraud?
Well, thank you, Congressman. Well, first of all, as I've said, we've been partners with the our federal partners, whether that be the FBI or be the U.S.
I love Tim Walz.
Attorney's Office, which I will note
I really do.
was one of the premier U.S. Attorney's Office, regardless of who they were appointed by. Right now, those lead investigators and basically that whole team has left that office. They've not been filled back in. The U.S. Attorney himself was in front of a federal judge yesterday on contempt issues of that office not working together. Now, look, we're going to prosecute.
Oh, you guys, don't forget to tap the subscribe button, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. We're currently sitting pretty at 8,567 subscribers. Once again, we're sitting pretty at 8,567 subs. So make sure you guys tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow. If you guys can't stand Tim Walz and you're tired of the woke agenda, please tap the subscribe button. Let's go.
As we have, every single person that's involved in fraud. But we can't do it alone. The Attorney General's office is doing everything they can. He is.
What do I think about the conflict in Iran, Hamdago? I don't like to think about Iran at all. I think Iran is a miserable place. Miserable government. What I can say about Iran is, I wish you guys luck. I do hope the Iranian citizens, though, are able to actually elect a leader who's not going to kill its own people. The Ayatollah, also known as Asshola, was terrible to its people. He publicly executed his own people, so I'm not about that. So, totally satisfied with the regime change going on there. I'm usually not a fan of regime change, but it makes sense in this instance, especially if it causes some form of stability. So let's keep going.
It's consistently come and ask the legislature for more money, more of the investigators he needs. But right now is the backlog at the U.S. Attorney's Office is being challenged by the federal courts. It makes it more difficult for us to get those cases over to them. But the good news is the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is continuing to do those. We got a conviction this week. Those are things that'll continue on. And while we need to put in all the safeguards, we need to, as you heard the Attorney General's opening statement, if we partner together in this, our chance of defeating this fraud is that much higher. But right now, it's stymied. There's no investigators over there. There's no U.S. attorneys. The FBI has been decimated, and it's very difficult.
And that right there, the American public needs to hear. I mean, it's completely outrageous what's happened to those that are actually trying to take on fraud in Minnesota and across the country.
They haven't tried. Okay, so they've tried to take on fraud, but they haven't done a very good job taking on fraud in Minnesota. Because clearly it took a virgin YouTuber named Nick Shirley, Mormon virgin YouTuber named Nick Shirley, to uncover it. Come on, people.
Those offices have been decimated, and there's no support. Not acceptable. And Governor, finally, there appears to be actually no evidence that ICE and DHS reign of terror in Minnesota that continues has actually prevented any fraud. Is that your assessment, sir?
That's correct. What you saw on the streets didn't do anything to it. And we've actively asked if you have folks who can help us, if you have folks who are good at the forensics, if they can help us do this, we want you there, as we have for the last 7 years that I've been governor. We partnered together and convicted people.
That's an absolute lie right there.
Yep.
Because of, well, I'd say more so because of me and David's reporting from Minnesota. Since our videos came out on when we did daycares and when we did autism centers, out of the 500 locations that had licenses for daycares, now only 5 or 6 of those have even reapplied. And then also for NEMT companies, non-emergency medical transportation companies, since our video, there are now 60% less rides being taken across the state of Minnesota, which means 60% less billing to these non-emergency medical transportation companies. That's a direct correlation with the reporting that me and David did and the presence of the federal government as well.
Nick, the only
Crazy.
thing that helped to stop the fraud in Minnesota.
So what's Tim Smith saying? Tim Smith is saying, what if this guy is Adam Livingston? Did he accuse Trump of eating a frozen Southwest? Oh, God. No, not the frozen Southwest Bowls, dude.
As we're learning around the country, was the two of us.
Very true. All right, let's continue.
Thank you. And with that, I also, just for the record, want to introduce our report as well. Today, the Democratic staff released it as well as far as relates to this hearing and Operation Metro Surge. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Oh, before we continue to listen to Tim Walz lie to us, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. We're currently at 8,568 subscribers. Once again, 8,568. We're trying to get to 8,600 before the end of the stream. So don't forget to tap the subscribe button. It really does help the channel grow. Let's keep watching Tim Walz lie to us.
To order. Chair now recognizes our Majority Whip, Representative Emmer from Minnesota.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. And actually, thank you, Governor Walz and Attorney General Ellison, for appearing before the committee today.
True.
Gentlemen, let's see if we can agree on at least one thing today. Today's hearing is titled Oversight of Fraud and Misuse of Federal Funds in Minnesota. Can we agree that this fraud is a serious thing, Governor Walz? Yes or no? Can we agree on that?
Yes, any fraud is serious.
Thank you. Because it's interesting that you and I agree that it's a serious thing, considering the man sitting next to you, your Attorney General Keith Ellison, just 2 months ago said, quote, "This is a political matter. This is not a serious thing," end quote. Attorney General Ellison, is there an
Well, it's pretty damn serious to me, bro.
organized crime ring operating in Minnesota?
Absolutely 100 fucking % there is. Holy shit.
I'll answer for you, sir.
Be very
Governor Walz
careful.
believes there is an active crime ring in our state. In October,
good
the governor
answer it.
said, quote, "We've got an organized
Grill 'em, and fucking grill 'em,
crime
dude.
ring in Minnesota. I think it's been going on for years." Moving on, Mr. Ellison, I, along with millions of Americans, have grave concerns over your alleged relationships with Somali fraudsters who have since been charged and convicted of federal crimes. I'm sure you are aware that over 90% of the defendants charged in the
Hey, wait, where's Mayor Jacob Frey? I'm actually surprised that Jacob Frey, that piece of you-know-what, isn't here to testify.
Feeding Our Future fraud case are of Somali descent. In fact, you have personal knowledge of these people. There's a 54-minute audio tape of your meeting with these criminals in December of 2021. And during your meeting, they complained to you about increased scrutiny of their nonprofits, and you told them, quote, "Of course I'm here to help," end quote. It's on the internet. Anyone can listen to you say that. Since then, you claim you were not aware of their crimes in the $250 million Feeding Our Future scheme, the largest pandemic fraud case in the nation.
That's
But just
fucking
weeks after your
wild.
December 2021 meeting, the FBI executed search warrants that you never would have requested.
Why are either Democrats are just lazy about fraud and they just want to turn a blind eye to it, or they suffer from excessive levels of white guilt. I believe that the white guilt theory is a real one. I really do believe the white guilt theory holds its weight and value. I think that too many white people feel guilty about being white, and I think that's kind of a detriment. Can you shout, "Mom, the meatloaf"? No, Mom, the meatloaf. I can't do it. I can't do it fully right now. Sorry, you guys. My throat's a little still recovering, but yeah, no, this is wild, bro. Wild. Let's keep rolling.
In the Feeding Our Future fraud investigation. Now let's fast forward to September of 2022, 10 months after you met with the Somali fraudsters. Your office issued a press release stating, quote, "Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison and his office have been deeply involved for 2 years in holding Feeding Our Future accountable," end quote. So according to your office, sir, you have been deeply involved in the Feeding Our Future case since September of 2020.
Damn, dude. So are you saying that, yeah, so basically the guy sitting next to Tim Walz, I believe this is what he's saying, is that the guy sitting next to Tim Walz was heavily involved in the fraud of Feeding Our Future fraud situation. Oh, shit. This isn't looking good, dude. Make sure you guys tap the subscribe button, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. Just tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It really does help the channel grow. I want to see... Wait, we're at 8,570 subscribers, by the way. If we can, we're trying to reach 8,600. Once again, we're trying to reach 8,600. We're only 30 subscribers away from hitting the 8,600 subscriber goal. So make sure you guys tap the subscribe button. It helps the channel grow, and it helps me feel so sexy. Anyway, yeah. But if you guys are tired of Tim Walz, man, if you guys think that Tim Walz sucks, tap the subscribe button. If you guys think that Nick, Shirley, and David are like Batman and Robin, please tap the subscribe button. If you think that Nick Shirley is a total top and David is a total top as well, tap the subscribe button. Let's go.
That
dude.
actually sounds like you are saying that at the time of your infamous meeting with the Somali fraudsters, you were already aware of the allegations of fraud. When you had this meeting in December 2021, did you know, sir,
There's
about
a
the
lot
long-running
Diddy
FBI
did in this
investigation
city.
into Feeding Our Future? Yes or no?
There's a lot Diddy did with his dong. He showed his dick to...
Mr. Chairman,
No, I did not have sexual No, I am curious to see what this guy has to say. I am very curious to see what this man has to say. So Jablin is asking me to shout, Trump is innocent. Yeah, Trump is innocent. That works. Dude, Nick Shirley's a total top, dude. Nick Shirley's a top. In Jablin, you're a bottom. You're a total bottom, bro.
Mr. Representative Emmer.
Reclaiming my time. When did you personally become aware of the FBI investigation? That's all I'm asking.
Representative Emmer, as you know, I have addressed this issue many times.
All right.
Answer the question.
Reclaiming my time. In that same meeting with the fraudsters, Mr. Attorney General, you took aim at the Minnesota Department of Education. You stated that the Minnesota Department of Education had fought the nonprofit in very disgusting ways, in a very racist, xenophobic, and Islamophobic manner. You actually asked for the names of all these folks who are just hung up and offered to call the Minnesota Department of Education to, quote, demand some explanations. We now know that when you made these comments, the Biden DOJ was working with the Minnesota Department of Education and that their work exposed the massive fraud ring. Pretty bad look for you, sir. Either you were oblivious to what was going on under your nose, or worse, you were trying to obstruct the work of the Minnesota Department of Education. So I can see the time is getting short. Mr. Chairman, we are left with two questions. One, what did Governor Walz and Keith Ellison know about the fraud? And two, when did they actually know it? I would suggest that if they do not give direct and truthful answers to both these questions at this hearing, then they both need to be put under oath in a deposition. This is a serious thing, Mr. Attorney General. You are the only one who thinks protecting taxpayer dollars is political. Mr. Ellison, my concern is that you actively...
Yeah, I mean, we the taxpayers are pissed. When I found out that like 35% of the allocated budget in Minnesota was federal tax dollars, allegedly, it made me pissed. I was like, dude, I got really pissed, bro. I got very pissed. So, yeah, it's annoying, man. Let's keep going.
Obstructed this investigation in exchange for campaign donations, a quid pro quo. If these concerns are proven to be true, you should be disbarred and you should go to jail. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's a full house in there today. Let's see how it goes. Here
Lots
we
of
go.
people.
It is critical.
It's because they had to roll out the red carpet for our boy Tim Walz. Dude, everybody wants to see our homie Timothy Mother Effin Walz, bro. How many of you guys like kind of have tight pants right now because Tim Walz is in the house? How many of you guys got really tight pants right now? How tight are your bussies?
That the federal government support people who need assistance with food, housing, and health care. Unfortunately, as long as the government provides these services, there will be bad actors trying to take advantage of them. We need to prevent and identify these fraudsters so that social services can reach those who need them. However, we cannot recklessly deny help to many people who need services because of a few bad actors. My Republican colleagues have now held 2 hearings to talk about fraud in one.
Jablin is asking, how gay are you? I seem pretty gay. I ain't going to lie. I do seem a little fruity. My booty is fruity. No, I'm just kidding. But, yeah.
Single state. but they have completely ignored the fact that the Trump administration is the most corrupt administration in history. If Republicans really cared about fraud, abuse, and holding criminals accountable, they would call them out. Donald Trump for firing 17 inspectors general. These internal watchdogs are the front line of rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse at federal agencies. The Trump administration has also retaliated against whistleblowers and allowed administration officials to engage in serious conflicts of interest that often cross the line.
This lady's defending the fraud. This lady is like straight up defending the fraud. That's all I'm hearing right now. Basically, Minnesota's saying, oh, because the federal oversight people didn't do what they needed to do. It's like, no, they have to work with you because like, it's not always just up to the federal oversee committees or whatever the hell they call them. The state itself also has to look into fraud too. It's a joint operation. Okay? This is so frustrating. So fucking frustrating. It really is.
Into outright corruption. We need inspectors general, whistleblower protections, and rules prohibiting conflicts of interest to protect federal programs and make sure that people can get the services they need. Across the country, Americans are struggling to...
God, what is she? This lady is so boring. Here's the problem with these people. They talk so monotone and like I don't even... if you want to sell your idea on something, you got to have at least a little enthusiasm with your voice. She's just reading off a paper as if she doesn't want to even fucking be there. Like, how awful is this lady, dude? Mr. Jiffy Tiffy says they don't view Nick as a whistleblower because he wasn't paid by the government to blow the whistle. While, exactly, here's the thing. This is why I believe in citizen journalism above all else. I believe first off, I don't trust the government, so I don't really believe that the government going after its own fraud really works. Sometimes it takes an outside voice, an outside camera, outside organization to audit the government to make sure the government is actually doing what it says it's going to do. Oh God, we got AOC Sheepherder. There's a lot did in this city. There's a lot did with this dawn.
Afford their health care, premiums, and groceries. The Trump administration should be strengthening the social safety net, not cutting the safeguards that catch the fraudsters taking advantage of it. And I yield back.
No, it's still up to the state, though, to do its own internal investigations. That's the point. It's still up to the state government to do its own investigations as well. So stop passing the buck. Tim Walz always says, oh, the buck stops with me. Well, how about you use your own powers in your state to fucking investigate the fraud, you worthless... Oh, he's the worst governor of... I'm trying not to get heated. But Tim Walz is the worst governor of all time. Tim Walz is the worst governor of all time. I just got to say it. I got to get this off my chest. Tim Smith says this lady sounds like she had too many glasses of, oh my God, at the Leering Center daycare.
Gentlelady yields back. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Governor Walz and
Here we
Attorney
go.
General Ellison. My questions are going to be simple and direct. Governor Walz, you were inaugurated as governor on January 17th, 2019, and have served in that role through 2 terms ever since, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
During the time period 2019 and 2020, while you were serving as governor, isn't it true that state auditors and officials raised concerns about fraud and vulnerabilities in programs overseen by your administration?
I can't confirm that, but I'm assuming we have always ongoing OLA.
I'll take that as a yes. Those warnings were communicated to senior officials in your administration, including yourself, correct?
I can't speak if it was directly.
I think the correct answer to that would also be yes. Despite those warnings, you did not order a broad stop payment or suspension of payment in any program at that time, correct?
We're not going to stop payments of feed children until we have the proof that things happen. In 2019, we did start taking action. I went to the legislature, that legislative
Governor
session.
Walz, when fraud concerns were raised early in your tenure in the Child Care Assistance Program, did your administration stop payments at that time?
The Child Care Assistance Program and
The answer is no. When fraud concerns were
Would
raised...
you like me to answer or not, Chairman?
Well, it's yes or no.
I want you to help.
You've already answered the question. You said you didn't ever stop payments, and that's what the problem is, and that's what the Democrats are complaining about. Oh, my gosh, Trump stopped payments. Well, my God, you lost billions to fraud in Minnesota. That's what this hearing's
Mr.
about.
Chairman,
you didn't stop payments because you didn't want to rock the boat. And when fraud...
Well, yeah, Tim Walz is a yes man. Tim Walz has always been a yes man. That's the problem with Tim Walz himself. He is a professional ass kisser. And the problem with professional ass kissers is that they don't want to rock the boat. They just want to be like, hey, keep on paying me. I'm going to keep smoozing you. Crazy. Yeah, Tim Walz is terrible, dude. If you guys think that Tim Walz is the worst governor of all time, please subscribe to the channel. If you guys think that Tim Walz is just making things even worse, subscribe to the channel. If you guys think that Donald Trump's the man, please subscribe to the channel. Let's go. Tim Walz, baby.
That's not correct, Chairman.
When fraud concerns were raised in Medicaid, home and community-based services, did your administration stop payments? No, you did not. When fraud concerns were raised in non-emergency medical transportation, did your administration stop payments?
Chairman, if I could mention what a stop payment meant by what the administration did last week is 400,000 children without health care. Are you stopping payment if one person?
We believe that's your fault and the Attorney General's fault, because you do nothing about fraud, even though everyone in America sees
our Medicare error rate is lower than your state.
Fraud. You have been defrauded. You have not been good stewards of the taxpayer dollars.
Well, the reason the reason the error rate's lower is because you never investigate anything. That's the problem.
And the
That's the
Democrat
issue.
position is, well, keep the money flowing. The American taxpayers have had enough.
I think that's a fair uncharacterization.
Tim Walz is not Tim Walz. Jeez. Tim Smith is saying tired Tucker face, wired Walz face. Oh my God. I love it. I'm all about it.
Their taxpayer dollars spent wisely. We all support social programs.
That's not a fair
to the vulnerable.
characterization.
But if you're going to waste the money to fraudsters, then we have to stop and recalculate.
We're not. We're putting them in jail when we can, Chairman. And some of these programs are crafted in such a way that there's a procedure to follow. And I'm with you. $1 is too much. I don't think there's a lot of difference here if you want to help us get at this. The question is it a sledgehammer or is it a scalpel? I understand there's no political upside.
Well, let's get into what we've talked. You eventually did pause payments in certain programs, but that wasn't until late 2025 after the federal government stepped in. Is that correct?
I don't think that's a fair characterization of stepped in. We've been partners in this and working on them, but
let's move on. And that decision occurred only after large-scale fraud had already taken place for years. Now, Governor Walz, employees inside state agencies raised concerns about fraud and improper payments for years. Is that correct?
inside agencies. We've been prosecuting them for years. Yes.
They have raised concern. Agencies have raised concern about fraud in Minnesota, correct? For
Each
years.
of those, yes, when they do and they're prosecuted.
Some
Yes.
of those employees faced retaliation after raising those concerns. Is that correct?
That is not correct, Chairman.
Okay.
Minnesota has strong whistleblower protections.
Attorney General Ellison, you are the chief legal officer of the state of Minnesota, correct?
Yes.
Your office advises agencies on compliance with federal and state law, correct?
Yes.
Retaliation against whistleblowers reporting fraud is unlawful, correct?
That is right.
At any point,
I'm curious. I feel like they probably did retaliate against the whistleblowers. That's what I'm thinking. I'm betting there were tons of reports of retaliation from the Minnesota government. That there were people who probably came forward in good faith and maybe were even threatened by the Minnesota government itself. I could see that happening. I can absolutely 100% see that happening. Make sure you guys, if you guys can though, subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. We're currently sitting at 8,571 subscribers. Once again, we're at 8,500. Oh, never mind. We're at 8,573 subscribers now. But yeah, don't forget to tap the subscribe button, though. It really does help the channel grow. We are a smaller channel. Admittedly, we're trying to eventually get to 10,000 subscribers, but we are currently sitting at 8,573. Thank you for subscribing to the Michael Garza Show. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Thank you so much, Hero for Hire Podcast. Thank you for subscribing. I'm going to put your name back up on the board. Give him a round of applause. Thank you for subscribing to the channel.
during your tenure, did you tell state
agents? I forgot to put you back up on there. Hold on. Thank you for subscribing to the Michael Garza Show. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Thank you, Mabroni.
Agencies to stop payments due to credible fraud allegations, yes or no?
Sir, we prosecuted over 300 people in the Medicaid fraud area.
300, I would predict is a drop in the bucket, but you've never said to stop payments. That's what
it's one of the highest rates in the country, sir.
Well, you have one of the highest fraud rates in the country in Minnesota.
That's not true. And my office doesn't.
How is that not true? Are you kidding me? It certainly seems like it's true. It's certainly damn. Oh my God! Let's take a look here. This is crazy.
And have the authority to do a stop payment. We prosecute criminals when they're presented us by the agency.
So the answer is no. Unfortunately, no one's ever from your office said to stop payments until we can get the fraud under control. So to summarize, you both knew about fraud, risk, and payments continued. Our investigation has shown that whistleblowers who were alerted about the widespread fraud were ignored, sidelined, and even retaliated against. Only after federal authorities ultimately stepped in did you take any action. It's not this committee's responsibility to decide guilt or dole out punishment. But it's clear there was a massive failure of oversight and, quite frankly, a failure of leadership. One wonders whether either of you should bear some personal responsibility for the billions of dollars siphoned off by fraudsters under your noses in the state that you led. Again, this isn't for the committee to decide.
Thank you for subscribing to the Michael Garza Show.
To take any
Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner.
Has become abundantly clear. And now I recognize...
I mean, dude, Comer's right on one thing. On a lot of things. Tim Walz turned a blind eye to a lot of shit. And so did everybody else in his government. Taxpayers are not happy about it, man. It's a lot of emotions that flare within all of us. But hey, I want to give a quick shout out though. Thank you, Ravian Bot. Everybody, let's give a shout out to Ravian77 for subscribing to the channel. I'm going to put your name back on the board, Mr. Ravian. So guys, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. Let's put Ravian. Thank you for subscribing to the Michael Garza Show. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Thank you, brother. I appreciate your subscribe, man. I appreciate it big time. Thank you. So if anybody else wants to subscribe, please tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Feel free to let me know in the chat if you end up subscribing. I'll be more than happy to put your name up on the board just because I like to, give shout-outs where I can to all the people and stuff like that. So I like to help out where I can there. All right, but yeah, don't forget to tap subscribe, man. Hey, guess what we're at, though? We're at 8,574 subscribers. Once again, we're at 8,574 subs, so make sure you tap the subscribe button. We're only 26 subs away from hitting 8,600. We're so close. We're on pace to getting 10,000 subs. We're on pace. We're going to see if we can get there, though. It's been a tough journey. It's been a fun journey, though. But I couldn't have done it without you guys. So let's keep rolling.
Unanimous consent to enter items into the record.
All right, before I recognize Mr. Lynch, Ms. Randall, you have a UC?
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record November 12th, 2025 article from ProPublica entitled How Trump Has Exploited Pardons and Clemency to Reward Allies and Supporters, which shows President Trump rewards those in his good graces. I also seek recognition.
What does this have to do with it? What does this have to do with it?
To insert into the record a Washington Post article from December 19th, 2025 entitled Trump's Pardons Wipe Out Payment.
Wait, hasn't every president done that, though? They pardon people who are close to them or who politically agree with them? That's not uncommon. And technically, the president doesn't even have to justify it. He's the president. I don't think the president ever has to justify a pardon.
To defrauded victims, which shows that President Trump lets criminals and fraudsters walk free. And I also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from May 29th, 2025 from ABC News titled Trump's Flurry of Pardons Includes Some to Campaign Contributors.
And Miss Presley, we'll do one at a time. We'll go to Mr. Lynch, then I'll recognize you. Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, good to see you, my friend. Attorney General Ellison, good to see you again. Reverend, thank you for your willingness to testify before the committee. I want to shift gears here a minute, and I want to focus on ICE. So I was recently asked...
I'm not going to lie, I thought this dude was Tom Hanks for a second. I was listening to the voice, and I thought, dude, is that Tom Hanks? I was listening to the person speaking, and I thought, dude, is that the Tom Hanks? The one and only Tom Hanks.
All these guys that want to focus on ICE, this is literally called the oversight of fraud and misuse of federal funds in Minnesota. It has nothing to do with ICE.
If this was a court of law, the judge would stop all of these people from talking about ICE because it has nothing to do with...
Yeah, it's all irrelevancies. It is all completely irrelevant. This is why this is a clown show. This is a fucking clown show.
Mm-hmm.
Co-chair of the 5 for 26 soccer tournament. It's a global tournament, the largest sporting event in the world. And my home city of Boston has been asked to host a lot of the games. In Boston, we'll host teams from Morocco, Ghana, Bolivia, Iraq, Scotland.
If you guys listen to his voice, he's got kind of he just sounds a little like Tom Hanks. Maybe I'm crazy. I'm probably crazy.
France, England, and Suriname. We'll also host over 3 million foreign national visitors who are coming into Boston for these tournaments. And we recently learned from the Trump administration that ICE will play a key role in the security operations during those games. So we've got all these people flying in, foreign nationals, a lot of different countries, South America and elsewhere. Governor, since you've had direct and relevant experience on dealing with
Maybe ICE has its
the
own
Metro
soccer team.
surge and the security operations of ICE, I was interested in getting your thoughts and your observations and any recommendations you might have to help us with confronting our experience or what we expect to see during these games with ICE coming in as well as so many foreign visitors.
Well, I think the world...
Wait, ICE is a legitimate agency, though. So why are you... It's funny because they act like ICE is the Gestapo. You know what I mean? Like, there's like this weird thing where they just like to basically say ICE is the Gestapo, basically. It's so fucking annoying. Like, that's the thing I just don't understand at all. Quit calling ICE the fucking Gestapo. It's just so fucking untrue. And that's why it's so annoying, is because of how untrue it is. And yeah, it's just weird. Oh, sure. Okay. Sorry, I was doing a chess move. Tim Smith says, "Is this the top who married Buttigieg?" Oh God, I've been looking at the Kalshi polls for who's going to win the presidency in 2028. JD Vance is looking good. People are like legitimately voting for Vance. And the reason is because the Democrat Party has no strong leadership at all. Nobody trusts the Democrats to run an entire country because they're afraid they're going to just leave the borders open. They're afraid that they're, too limp-wristed to do anything. The Democrats have a lot of weak men.
And don't take my word for it. Take professional law enforcement across Minnesota and across the country. The most unprofessional, aggressive force that I think you could imagine. And I was here in front of this committee and answered all your questions on June 12th. And I warned this committee what a masked group of folks turned loose in an American city could do. And I'm not, if I'm not mistaken, I said
the reason that they had to wear masks is because Antifa and a bunch of other leftists, once they saw their face, they took the image of their face, looked them up online, found out their address, found out the names of their family. They were doxing the ICE agents. So the problem is the ICE agents had to actively wear masks because annoying Antifa members were doxing the ICE agents. So yeah, I actually don't normally think wearing masks is a good thing for any agency. But in this instance, yeah. I think it makes perfect sense. Because liberals kept doxing them. But nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about the fact that liberals kept doxing the ICE agents, so that's why they wear masks. And then you know what the liberals do? When the ICE agents try to protect their own identity from the crazy Antifa people? Because the left created this monster. The left created Antifa. And Antifa is a monstrous, decentralized, disgusting group of people. That's true. You know I'm right, bro. You know I'm right, bro. But yeah, I'm so done with the left. The left is so toxic. The left is toxic. And then what happens is when the ICE agents wear the masks, then the left starts acting like the victim and saying, "Oh, why are you guys wearing masks? You're law enforcement. You shouldn't wear masks." It's like, no, if I take off this mask, you're going to take a picture of me. You're going to dox me and my family and then threaten you're going to threaten my family. You know what I mean? That's what happens. Come on, man. I think you guys know I'm right. Pat, what is your problem, bro? Pat, what is your... Dude, Pat is going on a... Dude, Pat is having a mental breakdown in my chat. How can I help you, Pat? Let's help a scammer. Let's help a scammer. Pat, what is your problem? What is your beef? What is your beef? Pat, tell me what your beef is. Tell me what your beef is. God, all these dudes, all these gooners they get in here. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. Just if you guys can, tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. We're trying to expand our reach upon the internets. We're trying to reach 8,600 before the end of the stream. Like I said, we're only 26 subscribers away, so let's do it, dude. 26 subs away. So if you guys do subscribe, I could put your name on the board as well. When you tap the subscribe button, make sure that you go into the chat. And when you go into the chat, let me know that you subscribed, and I'll be more than happy to If you guys do end up subscribing, though, please let me know in the chat that you subbed, and I'll be more than happy to put your name up on the top of the screen, okay? All right, let's keep going. Yeah, Pat is sad and needs attention. I get it. Okay, let's keep going.
Someone could get killed doing this. And I just want to be very clear about this. When Tom Holman had to come in to clean up the mess of Secretary Noem and Greg Bovino, Secretary Holman himself acknowledged Minnesota follows the law, exactly as I told you in this committee. So my advice to you...
I don't think you do, dude. Tim Walz, I don't believe you, bro. Stop lying. Liar.
Mr. Lynch, is to get very public, upfront commitments from these folks. While I disagree with Mr. Holman's views on many things, he's at least perfect.
This is completely irrelevant to the conversation, to the hearing. They're literally asking Tim Walz for advice on what to do when the World Cup comes to Boston. He was brought here to talk about the fraud, and this guy is asking him about what he should do for when FIFA comes to Boston for the World Cup.
Yeah, so
Republican
as governor,
senators.
He wants to delegate federal law.
Like, what is this?
This is such fucking garbage.
Preddy and Renee Good's family by not even apologizing or acknowledging. And if you want accountability for one of the times, as far as I know, the attorneys know better, we are not being included in the investigation. And the actions that were taken of a gentleman who was shot in the leg was the night that Kristi Noem called me a domestic terrorist and said that this gentleman was attacking federal agents. Well, now we know the story. They lied. They are now under investigation, they being the federal agents. So look, I'll
admit that Preddy was on the ground, and I do admit that Preddy was executed publicly. I admit that. Now, was Preddy a saint? No. In fact, he was causing a lot of troubles and a lot of issues previously with ICE agents. He was not a saint, but but ultimately he did not deserve to get publicly executed. That's terrible. It's still pretty sad, honestly. At the end of the day, it is disheartening, and kind of sucks, Definitely sucks.
With you. I want your help on fraud. Why would I not want money to go to the programs I care deeply about, feeding people, clothing people, housing people? But what ICE did disrupted everything that we were doing. It disrupted our federal partners, and it forced our law enforcement agencies, who have worked hard to gain the public trust, to have the public believe in them. So my advice to you is, and especially when the world's coming to see this,
crazy, man. Fucking crazy.
let Boston's finest lead. Let the people of Massachusetts lead. Let the 10th Amendment stand for something and allow us to be able to do this. The people of Minnesota will hold us accountable if they don't feel we're doing a good enough job.
No, they won't, because they're all liberals. All you have to do is say, I'm a liberal, I'm a Democrat. Look at me. Look at me. I have a little Somalian flag on my thing. Look at me. I'm liberal. La 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 la. Yeah, everybody in Minnesota is basically liberal. All you have to do is say you're liberal, and they'll vote for you, and they'll agree with you blindly. Minnesotans are freaking. It's like the state where all the Democrats love to be Democrats.
But to demonize and retribution against a state, in the words of the president, in the words of the vice president, have done nothing. So, Mr. Lynch, the world should be looking forward to coming, but I would get it up front, and I would make sure that Boston's police department are in the lead.
Thank you. Attorney General Ellison, we need coordination between law enforcement agencies. This is a big job. What are your views on that likelihood of cooperation from ICE?
Well, I can't believe they're making a mockery of this. There's real fraud in Minnesota. This is so stupid. Democrats suck, dude. The Democrats are the Demorats. The
I
demon
hope you
rats.
get the cooperation that you need. In Minnesota, we don't have a good record of cooperation, which is interesting because so many times in the past, we have had great cooperation between local federal enforcers and local state ones, and we've just worked seamlessly. Nowadays,
Now, he might be an albino, the guy. I know which guy you're talking about, too. I know which guy you're talking about. But.
that has all changed, and that's quite unfortunate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Thank you for the courtesy.
Gentlemen. Yeah,
TJ, what's up, dude? How you doing, brother? Any public hearings are just theater? Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely, man. Everybody, shout out to my boy TJ at Stocks Family Farms. Politicians looking to make viral clips. Yeah, it's pretty much it, man. I will admit, I mean, it's working. It's working. I'm watching it, unfortunately. It's fascinating, I guess. It's wild, man. Flipping wild. Let's keep pushing.
Yields back. Ms. Presley.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a February 2026 letter from 200 state lawmakers urging Congress to exercise its oversight authority and demand the administration immediately restore full child care funding that it had frozen for 5 states.
Without objection, it's ordered. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here. Governor, you've reminded people that you were here last June. At that time, I reminded you that the Feeding Our Future scam made Minnesota ground zero for the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in the nation. $250 million in federal taxpayer funds were taken out of the mouths of hungry children.
Finally, somebody's actually calling out fucking Tim Walz on the fraud. Notice how anybody who is a Democrat on this committee is basically giving Tim Walz softball questions like, we're so sorry you're here. Let's talk about the Olympics. Let's talk about like Olympic security and let's be gay.
Yeah. Thank you for subscribing to the Michael Garza Show.
I want to give a shout out to some of these people.
Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner.
Yeah, I think most people are going to realize.
Thank you for subscribing to the Michael Garza Show. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner.
Look, I think midterms in November, I think Republicans will do okay, believe it or not. And I think the problem is, I think a lot of people are still not convinced the Democrats are a good party. And look, I'm not saying rest on our laurels. Hell no. The whole point is just got to keep doing what we got to do. Yeah, I don't trust the Democrats at all. Like, I would rather have a Republican in office than, and I'm not, by the way, most people are surprised to hear this. I'm not a Republican. I'm an independent. At the end of the day, I'm really an independent. Do I vote for the right quite a bit? Yes, I do, because the right tends to make more sense to me. So I'm very right-leaning, but I am not a staunch. I've been known to vote third party before. It's been a while. But at this point, I basically just either vote Republican. I don't vote Democrat. Like, if you have Democrat next to your name, I don't trust you. You know, I just don't. Like, if you got Democrat next to your name, the Democrat Party has fallen so far down. I just don't feel like there's any way they could be trusted to run anything. So if I see Democrat next to a name, I'm like, nope, not voting for you. I'll vote for anybody else but you. You know? And that's just my philosophy at this point.
And as the FBI noted, they were, quote, funneled into luxury homes, cars, and lavish lifestyles while families struggled. You assured me then that you wholeheartedly supported the federal government's effort to bring those responsible to justice. I appreciate your sentiment, but a person's actions matter more than their words. Governor Walz, when did you first become aware of the fraud in feeding our future? A specific date, please.
Well, Congressman, it's good to see you. And having served in your job for 12 years, I can tell you my job is a little different as governor for 7 years. I take a lot of meetings. I certainly wouldn't specifically state, but I think during that pandemic, I think by late 2020, we started to see the irregularities. They were flagged. And I will note that we cooperate.
No way. So, TJ, they say that you're a far-right Nazi agitator. No. They're lying again? Dude, they got to stop lying, man. Like, that really actually pisses me off. Give me 1 second, though. Sorry about that, you guys. I gotta get something here real quick. I gotta admit, that's pretty upsetting, actually. Because I know that you guys don't know TJ in the chat, but there's this Facebook group called Coos Bay Area. And the creator of the Facebook page constantly makes up shit about my boy TJ. And it's very frustrating. I'm going to look this up. I'm pissed. I got banned from the page, so I had to use an alternate account just to access the page. But I got banned because I called the guy out. I called Sal out for being a total piece of garbage. God, Sal is such a piece of crap, dude. Hold on. Give me a moment, you guys. Still checking something real quick. He posted 2 of your videos? Now, did he post them on the Coos Bay, Oregon page, or did he post them on, like, some other Facebook page? Because I got to admit, I'm having trouble finding them on the... Oh, here we go. I think... Is that it? I love, you know what, I do peek at this page every now and then, and what I love is he says that he doesn't want any political divisiveness on his page, but his entire page is nothing but political divisiveness. It's the funniest level of projection that I've ever seen. He's like, don't be politically divisive on my page. Republicans are the devil. MAGA's the devil. It's basically what he's saying. It's like, dude, you're being politically divisive right now. Yeah, no, Sal is such a piece of crap, dude. Sal is such a fucking liar. God, he's such a frustrating person because you could tell he's a drama queen. And the worst part is, I'm not going to say what he actually is, but he's a certain kind of, we all know what Sal is. Stocks Family Farm, you feel free to say what Sal actually is. He's a registered, well, I won't finish that. Or is he unregistered? I can't remember. He's one of those. I don't know. Allegedly. By the way, is it proven that he's a PDF? So you're about to turn the Democrats in town against him? How so, man? Because honestly, I think Sal is just kind of an evil curmudgeon. I don't think he's a good dude. He's just awful. I don't know what it is about Sal, but he's just not good. He's frustrating, man. Whoa, you serious? And that's the truth that Sal has been trying to hide, hasn't it? That's crazy, man. That is crazy. Yeah, I can't stand that guy, though. He's such a... The irony is, he has no right calling people pieces of shit when he himself is a literal Hanson style. That's crazy, bro. Anyway, let's keep watching Lion Tim Walz real quick. We're going to watch a little more of this here real fast.
State officials were aware of the fraud in early 2020.
So you're asking when in my office, the governor became good, and I don't have a specific date.
Okay.
But what I would say is we provided witnesses, documents, the U.S. Attorney and the FBI, and 79 of those people have been prosecuted going back to 2022.
Okay. Well, when I was chair of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I issued you a subpoena in September 2024 because you and your administration were not forthcoming about how you...
Oh, so all of his records are public? Shit, dude. Somebody's got to call out this dude. Well, hasn't he been called out before, but somehow, some way, Sal has an ability to, like, get rid of it or something? I don't know. Like, nobody seems to want to listen that the guy who's running the Coos Bay area page is a total PDF. So he has a warrant out of Nevada, but Oregon won't extradite him? Damn, dude. That's insane. I was going to say allegedly and all this, even though I don't know. I just still... This Sal guy, man. Ugh. Grinds my gears. Yeah, I don't like him at all, dude. Sorry, guys. I'm a little frustrated right now. give me a moment, you guys. I just need a second. I need to take my mind off it just for a few moments. Oh, you gave it to predator poachers? Oh! Snap, dude. Hell yeah. What a stud, dude. As you should, by the way. Stocks Family Farm, you're the... Dude, TJ, you're the man. You have done a service. You gave his personal cell phone number to fucking predator poachers? Exactly, because... Oh, that's a stud move right there, dude. That's a stud move. I love it. Oh, fuck, I love that so much. Because I know how much of a piece of crap Sal is, and the more that I learn about him, the more I'm disgusted by this guy.
Your administration, quote, failed to identify what has been described as the largest pandemic fraud in the nation, end quote. In September 2024, you were aware of the Feeding Our Future fraud and your administration's handling of it, correct? Yes or no?
2024? Yes, by that time we had already put people in jail and had extensively investigated.
This committee has testimony that the Minnesota Department of Education briefed your office about the Feeding Our Future's draft lawsuit and litigation hold on April 28th, 2020. Let me jog your memory. Is that correct?
I can't speak specifically to that. And if it's
it was April 2020. That means Feeding Our Future received a total of over $200 million in federal funds after you and your administration knew about the fraud concerns. Why didn't you stop sending money to Feeding Our Future as soon as the fraud concerns were raised?
Congressman, is following the program, we notified USGA under the Trump administration's first term. We had notified them too because it's a program administered out of USDA, and they were working to work through the process.
Didn't you say you were
No, it's a good thing you did that outreach, man. It's a good thing you did the research. And here's the thing, though, the best part about you giving that information to predator poachers is that they can look into Sal too. Because I think it's a good thing, especially with everything that Sal has done, and with how much of he's such a bad fucking person. Like, and nobody knows which Sal I'm talking about, by the way, just for the record. Nobody knows which Sal that I'm talking about. I could be talking about any Sal. I'm only saying a first name, so that way I don't get in trouble. All right? You never know. So, but I will say the Sal guy, though, is a total chud. But TJ knows which Sal I'm talking about, but, you know.
Fearful of political retaliation?
No, I never said any such thing. I never said any such thing.
Well, that's what we understood. You were afraid of political retaliation. So, given the size and scope of the Feeding Our Future's fraud, I think you...
Do you guys? I think Tim Walz, though, he may be a total piece of garbage, and I do believe he's a fraudster. I bet he's got a giant hog. I think my man's got a giant hog, though. Just kidding. Let's keep
your
going.
administration would have been on high alert looking for additional fraud in the state. But after seeing the handling of Feeding Our Futures and its $250 million in fraud, it came as no surprise to learn that even more staggering
to Lear
amounts of fraud, estimated at up to $9 billion, were uncovered.
How come nobody cares about ICE anymore? Because ICE was never a problem to begin with. ICE was always the solution, not the problem.
In the Child Care Assistance Program, the Minnesota Medicaid program, and other programs. How could you allow such massive fraud schemes in your state to get to this point?
Congresswoman, we don't see anything by 9 million. Local press and everyone reports it about 300 million. But as I've said, if it's $1, it's too much. But we started in 2019 putting anti-fraud programs forward. After Feeding Our Future, we started going.
Well, that's the thing, dude. TJ, you're actually a decent dude. And the problem is, Sal kept pushing it. Sal keeps pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. It's gonna blow up in his face, because the more you defame somebody, or at least the more you lie about somebody, it's like Sal is gonna get one coming to him. It's like, because he keeps lying.
Going through and making sure every program had the integrity in it that it needed. And that's why you see convictions. That's why you see these
why
programs
did
going
it
forward.
take nearly 7 years for you to get engaged to stop the fraud? 7 years.
We started in 2019, Congresswoman. It may be a surprise. If you arrest someone for stealing a car, other people are still going to try and steal cars. What we've tried to do is bring program integrity. But I'll go back to this. We're not going to shut down programs that have things that are going well in it, and we need to find that proper balance. And I've acknowledged that every year we're putting things in place. And Inspector
Governor Walz, you did not do your job. You did not do your job. You did not protect taxpayer dollars. You allowed massive fraud. You and Mr. Ellison
Walz for prison now.
allowed massive fraud to go on in the state of Minnesota. And it is unfortunate, as somebody said, that you can't be held personally responsible at this stage of the game. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields.
David, I see you. You're over here scratching your head.
Well, so again, Tim Walz can't keep his lies straight. He said that he knew about widespread fraud early in his first term, so 2019. Let's say it's early 2020. Give him some slack. He said that he reported it to the FBI. Well, the law in Minnesota.
Oh, see, real quick though, with what David is saying here, yeah, Tim Walz is having such a hard time keeping his lies straight. He's clearly was aware of the fraud back then. It's like, well, okay, well then why did it keep going? If you're aware of something like that, you should try to stop it, right? TJ saying I gave Rob Taylor your channel and contact info so he can have you on. Oh, that's totally fine. Yeah. I trust your judgment, TJ, as long as you're not like blasting my number on some random porno site. But no, honestly, yeah, you're fine to give my number to people. I don't give a shit. I've had my number for so long. I used to put it on the internet all over the place. But yeah, no, always feel free to yeah, if you ever want to like give people my phone number, man, that's totally fine. Like guys like Rob Taylor and stuff. I think that's awesome. Hell yeah. So let's see. Gave Rob Taylor his channel and contact info so he can have you on. Yeah, it's always fine. Also, you should come to the governor debate next Saturday. I might be able to make that. It depends on what I'm doing on Saturday, though. I'm having so much trouble right now. Sorry, I just got over being sick. So I will be coughing occasionally, just as a heads up. Let's see. But I'm so it's not this Saturday, it's next Saturday. I'm not too sure what I'll be doing because my weekends have been kind of hit or miss lately. So I don't even know what the hell I'm doing on Saturdays. I won't promise. God, I'm sorry, man. I can't promise that I'll make it, but if I happen to be free, I'll tell you what, if I happen to be free, I'll probably end up coming along. I might end up going along, seeing what's up. But yeah, I'll consider it for sure. But yeah, thanks for handing my contact info to Rob. I think Rob's a pretty cool dude. I keep forgetting to text, what's his nuts? Why am I drawing a blank? Chris. I keep forgetting to, Mr. Castleman. I keep forgetting to send him a text message. I gotta remember that. Because I remember you gave me his number. And really cool dude. But yeah, both really awesome dudes.
It's Minnesota Statute 3.971, Subdivision 9, says that if you are head of an agency, the governor, for example, and you are made aware of a fraud in a state agency, you must immediately report that fraud to the Office of the Legislative Auditor, not the FBI, not Keith Ellison, not the guy in the corner, the Legislative Auditor. And the Legislative Auditor...
So if he was aware of it and he didn't report it the way he needed to, then Tim Walz is already in trouble here.
...determines which law enforcement agency to bring into the investigation. So Representative Fox makes a very good point that Walz knew about the fraud early on, and he allowed this thing. If you look at
if Walz was smart, I don't know if he is or not. I'm leaning towards no. But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But if Walz is smart, I think it'd be smart for him to resign. I really do. I think it'd be smart for Tim Walz to resign. Yeah. So I ended up only watching just a little bit of it, though. I remember I was already because I wasn't exactly feeling good the night I was watching it. So I do remember I only watched maybe 5 minutes of it, and I was already laying down in bed. So I remember falling asleep listening to it. It was pretty cool. At least the 5 minutes I listened to is just kind of here and there, but I'll have to put it back up and listen to it again. Oh, hell yeah. So you put your videos on display. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. No, anytime you do a protest video, though, I have a good time reacting to those. Those are actually, because lately I just haven't had as much time as I thought I would have to go out to those events. You know what I mean? I just haven't had the time. It's because during the weekends, I got a lot of family stuff I got to deal with and all that. But I'm glad I'd rather be dealing with family than dealing with some of those nutcases out there, man. Some of those people at those protests are they're just terrible. Yeah, and that's the thing. You actually ask questions, TJ. You actually ask questions and try to get to the truth, and yet people bully you for trying to get to the truth to begin with, and it's frustrating because people should be encouraging you to try to get to the truth to begin with. Sorry, you guys. I am struggling today. Ugh. Give me 1 second, everybody. Just gotta put this back up real quick. TJ says, coolest thing was first video he played was me praying for them. Oh, so they're doing a protest. Oh, I mean, I guess it doesn't surprise me they're doing a protest on a Saturday. Yeah, it doesn't shock me at all. You know, if I do end up having some time on Saturday, I might end up going down there. It just depends on what's happening on Saturday for me. Like I said, my Saturdays could be very hit or miss. So it's all depends on that. It's one of those things. I swear, when it comes to weekends, man, my life gets unpredictable. I try to put a little order into it, but yeah, it's a little wild.
The escalation, like look at the autism centers. It went from $1 million a year to last year was $349 million in that one program. And Walz is going to say he took action to try and stop all this. And
yeah, what's funny is right now they're saying like, why didn't you
95% fraud? You shut it down. Just shut it down.
Yeah, because what they're saying right now is why didn't you pause the funding? Why didn't you freeze the funding until you got this under control? And he's essentially saying, well, we weren't going to stop because then people will lose what they needed. But because they didn't stop it, they let all the fraud take place. I mean, literally hundreds and millions and billions of dollars.
They're blaming the Trump administration for cutting off Medicaid funding. Well, the state did the same thing because they found fraud in these same programs. In fact, there's a lawsuit right now by 3 of the child care facilities that had their funding cut off. They're suing Keith Ellison and the state of Minnesota for cutting off their funding. The same thing the feds did to the state. And now Ellison is suing the feds for cutting off the funding, but he did the same thing to these fraudulent companies.
Yeah, they're all mixed up right now, trying to figure out what they're going to say for their next response. Let's continue the hearing. Here we go.
Back chair now recognizes Mr. Christian Morte from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Governor Walz, you've seen firsthand the brutal excessive force used by ICE and CBP agents in Minnesota. Unfortunately, we saw the same tactics employed in Chicago during Operation Midway Blitz. I want to turn now to ICE and CBP's horrific pattern of abuse. Secretary Noem went to our cities ostensibly under the guise of arresting, quote, the worst of the worst. But in Illinois,
Okay. All right. Oh, no.
less than 3%.
Is this... Let's see what this is. I'm curious what this is.
Of those arrested during Operation Midway Blitz had criminal histories. In Minnesota, the vast majority of those detained had never been in trouble with the law, correct?
I believe that's correct, Congressman.
There were also more than 170 cases this year where ICE and CBP detained U.S. citizens. U.S. citizens should never be detained by ICE, correct?
That is correct. I would hope we all could agree on that.
Well, I hope so too. According to the Chicago Sun-Times, federal agents have pepper sprayed children, including this 1-year-old baby in Chicago.
Respectfully,
and children should never be.
People need to stop bringing their kids to these protests. They're taking them into the danger zone.
One thing that they're...
Yeah, I'm curious, how did the child get pepper spray in her eyes? Because I highly doubt that an ICE agent's going to go up to the kid and be like, ugh. He probably had to pepper spray the crazy parent. You know what I mean? The ICE agent probably had to pepper spray the crazy parent. Then some of the pepper spray might have flew in the wind. You know? And look, if an ICE officer actually did go up to a child and pepper spray the child, sure. That officer needs to be kicked out of the force. You don't go pepper spraying children directly. That's fucked up. But if somehow the pepper spray happened to somehow find its way through the wind, hitting the kid, okay, that's an accident. It sucks that it happened, though. It shouldn't have happened at all. And also, by the way, stop bringing your children. Just like David is saying, or Nick, I can't remember which one person said it. Don't bring your kids to these protests. Especially since these protests are already interfering when they're like right next to the ICE agents while the ICE agents are doing their thing, agitating them. You're turning your kids into pieces of shit.
Dancing around is that they're saying they're
You're turning your kids into garbage.
There's a big difference between being an actual U.S. citizen and being a naturalized citizen. So a naturalized citizen can be denaturalized and deported if they committed a crime. So when they're talking about citizens were being stopped, they're talking about natural.
Oh, we got my boy Mr. Man Bob Fish in Life. Asking how's it going, Garza? I'm doing well, dude. I'm doing well, man. Hope you're going smooth. Hope you're being sexy. My man, dude. My man. No! Sook! Sook is back! No! He's doing it out again. No, Sook! Stop. I beg you. Stop it. Stop it. No. He did it. Sook. Fucking hey, dude. Well, Sook is ruining everything today. That sucks, dude. Sook, you just ruined everything for everybody, dude. Sook, you're such a piece of crap.
Naturalized citizens.
Yeah. Someone in the chat goes, what the F?
I was trying to have one freaking chat session where Sook didn't ruin it, bro. One. Tried so hard. It ain't gone so far.
What does Christy Noem have to do with fraud in Minnesota? Yes, it's very true. Very true. Okay, let's keep going.
Pepper sprayed, right?
I would hope we could all agree on that, too. They should not.
And according to The Independent, CBP agents dragged a 67-year-old U.S. citizen out of his car, breaking his ribs and causing internal bleeding. No person should be subjected to that kind
Okay, but what was the context? Context matters. Was the guy punching the ICE officer for pulling him over? If that 67-year-old's threatening the ICE officer and starts punching him, ICE officer has every right to just, there's got to be context to this. You can't just show the end result and not expect us to ask, well, what's the context behind those pictures? Why was he pulled over? Why was he taken out? For instance, if he was actually taken out for no reason at all and beaten, then absolutely 100% those ICE officers deserve to go to jail. On the other hand, if that 67-year-old was being a total piece of garbage, starts hitting at the ICE officers and all that crap, okay. Fair. Totally fair.
treatment, right?
They should not, Congressman.
Attorney General Ellison, let me turn to another topic. In President Trump's second term, ICE has become America's highest funded federal law enforcement agency with a budget of more than $85 billion. If ICE were an army, this budget would make it the 13th largest army in the world.
Damn, that's impressive.
Let's look at where that money has gone. Last year, DHS spent $172 million
I love how they have to get these stupid fucking giant cards out every time.
Private luxury jets for
So
Secretary
dumb.
Noem. I assume you're not aware of a stop payment on that particular payment, right?
No, I'm not, sir.
Republican Senator John Kennedy yesterday grilled Secretary Noem.
I'm cool with 70% of my engagement being haters, though. That's totally fine by me, bro. Let them come, dude. Keep on coming. That's all I got to say.
About a $220 million ad campaign featuring her prominently, including on this horse in front of Mount Rushmore. Secretary Kennedy suggested this was wasteful spending, and I agree. I assume you'd agree with that as well, right?
I do.
This gross misuse of funds must end now, and Secretary Noem must be held accountable. Not tomorrow, not next.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Christy Noem either. I get their disdain for her. I get it. But what does this have to do with the fucking fraud? I want to know what this has to do with the fucking fraud that's happening in your goddamn state, Tim Walz.
Week now.
Tell me.
Chicago was ground zero for Secretary Noem's overreach when she launched Operation Midway Blitz. Chicago media reported that ICE and CBP agents had pepper sprayed a 1-year-old baby, shot at a pastor, harassed seniors, tased U.S. citizens, and even killed a person. It's clear that Midway Blitz was never intended to make Chicago safer. In December, ICE and CBP began Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota. Over 3,000 agents were sent to one state. There were military-style raids at child care centers. Children kept home from school. Adults postponing medical care. In Minneapolis, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, both U.S. citizens, were fatally shot by federal officers. It's clear that Operation Metro Surge was never intended to make Minnesota safer. But this is not isolated to just Illinois and Minnesota. Inside detention centers across the country, the suffering continues. Detainees report physical and sexual abuse, medical neglect, and pressure to self-deport. On top of that brutality, Kristi Noem is misusing funds to buy herself private jets and enrich her associates. Kristi Noem is testifying in the House Judiciary Committee today, but she must come before this committee to explain the rampant corruption and waste within her agency. DHS is out of control.
This has nothing to do with the fraud in Minnesota.
There is no congressional oversight. I was denied entrance to ICE facilities twice in Illinois. There's no accountability. Secretary Noem has still not appeared before this committee, nor has she responded in a substantive manner.
35 through 40, it ends
so
with
gay.
this. It says, then the righteous will answer to him, Lord, when did we see you hungry, feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? And when did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or naked and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and come to you? And the king will answer to them, truly I say to you, to the extent that you did to one of those brothers of mine, even the least of them, you did this to me. I would ask you, who's the you in that passage?
Thank you for your question. You, meaning all of us, the followers of Christ.
Followers of Christ, right. In Matthew 24:3, it says, after Jesus was sitting on the Mountain of Olives and the disciples came to him privately, and then they asked him, that began this whole chapter. Now, what Christ didn't say was to lobby your government. He said, if you have, you give. That's the general biblical principle here. 2 Corinthians chapter 9 gives us probably the best scriptural understanding of what charity is. It says, each of you should give what you've decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly, under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. Would you say that taxes are under compulsion?
Oh, taxes are absolutely under compulsion. You basically, if you don't pay them, you go to jail, you get threatened.
Taxes are not my area of expertise, but
But are they given under compulsion? Do you pay your taxes?
as a U.S. citizen, I pay my taxes.
Yes,
as we all
because
do.
what happens if you don't?
We don't have the services that we need to support our.
What happens to you personally if you don't pay your taxes?
Yeah, God, she's so fucking dodging the question.
You get in trouble.
You get in trouble. I would say that's under compulsion. So
Yep.
if we're talking about what charity is, I'm always amazed in DC how much of we get to define our personal worth as a politician or statesman or whatever you want to call us by how much of other people's money we give away. And so there's certainly...
Yeah, it's funny because it's not government money, it's your money. I don't know. It's
a place for a social safety net potentially, but the idea that Matthew 25 is kind of used as a blanket statement. As a matter of fact, the parable that it gives right before that scripture that you go into is the parable of the talents, where you see someone, a business owner, go away and he leaves 3 employees in charge and gives them each a bit of investment. And 2 of them turn their investment into a profit. The one that turns it not into a profit, he does nothing with it, just sits on it. What does he call him? You're a pastor, right?
Yes, I am, sir. I don't have
He calls him a wicked and a lazy servant. And so, scripturally speaking, God expects us to do something with what he's given us. Now, Romans 13 talks about the purpose of government. Scripture is replete with
Bible
different
study.
institutions that each have a different thing. The primary job of raising our kids and taking care
She
of
did
our
bring it
families
up.
and the institution of the family. The government has a different one. It says, for the one in the authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid. For the rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants to bring agent of wrath on the wrongdoer. Would you say that someone who commits fraud is doing wrong?
We all are against fraud.
Right. Is fraud theft? Would you agree that that's theft?
Yes.
As the 8th commandment says, thou shalt not steal. Would you recommend that someone in your church go into debt to give an offering in your church?
No.
Okay, so we have a massive program of fraud that's being paid for by taxpayers, and it's not really us paying it, it's really our kids and our grandkids that are paying it. And yet we continue to see this massive expansion, all under the taken out of context of what charity is being defined as. It's interesting. I find it odd that the left continues to bring up Matthew 25, because at the very beginning of that, right before he goes in that scripture that we talked with.
So I'm a little bit confused. Why did they bring a reverend into this? I'm trying to figure out why the reverend was even here to begin with. Because what is she? Is she in government as well? I'm assuming that somehow she's already in government too. That's the assumption. Let's keep going.
It says, Matthew 25:32, all the nations will be gathered to him, and he will separate the people from one another as sheep and goats. He will put the sheep on his right and his goats on the left. And the king will say to those on his right, come in, you are blessed of the Father, take your inheritance to the kingdom. And those on his left, he will say, depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. So I would caution those who begin to use Matthew 25 to do so in the proper context, understanding that we have multiple biblical institutions and they each have a purpose.
The context here is vast.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit the entirety of Matthew 25 into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I also have a unanimous consent.
I actually like what this guy just did there, because a lot of people sometimes think that what they're doing right now is some sort of they think it's kind of our responsibility to use our taxes for all these programs, which it is. But what happened is
not necessarily. There are some programs that I don't think need to exist. Oh. Okay, so you just happen to be a Reverend also. Okay. Right.
Defrauded the government. And so right now you see people like Tim Walz and Keith Ellison and this lady right here kind of justifying the fraud that's taking place because it's for charity to feed children. But in reality, that was not the case. And it's not the responsibility of our taxes to really be working for charity. Our taxes are to be working for the people, not to be giving, to anybody.
None of the three witnesses came with any data, any hard numbers. It's all just feel good, ice bad. They don't have anything like we have, the concrete information, the concrete data to show what was going on. Their whole testimony is just a bunch of nonsense. Sad.
Yeah, but I think that lady right there, you could see she was obviously like, shoot, maybe I shouldn't have used scripture to try and justify the fraud.
That's right.
Because you can't justify fraud. Fraud is fraud, and fraud is wrong, quite frankly.
Exactly.
Nick Shirley, big dick Nick, dude.
What, without object, does anyone
Big
object to?
Thank you. It's
Dick.
a Huffington Post
I
article.
recognize
Nick.
you. Does anybody object to Mr. Cloud? Without
Let's
objection,
go.
so ordered. Now I'll recognize Ms. Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. I'd like to enter into the record an article from the Huffington Post yesterday. Troops being told Trump's been anointed by Jesus to cause Armageddon in Iran.
Without objection, so ordered. Well, we do one. Let's recognize Mr. Connor, then I'll get Mr. Waukesha.
So that was fraud related.
Mr. Connor from California.
Thank you.
All right, this should be good right here.
Governor Walz, when I went to Minneapolis and was at Alex Preddy's memorial, I was struck that by the people there.
R.I.P. Alex Preddy. No, honestly, what happened to Alex? Was Alex an unhinged, crazy person? Yeah. But he didn't deserve to get executed, though, which is it's messed up.
I expected a lot of folks who were immigrants, and I expected or folks who were children of immigrants who looked brown like me. And there at the memorial were fourth and fifth generation Minnesotans. Most of them white Americans, talking about how they faced tyranny, how when they go to church, they were being followed.
Something interesting about these protests, too, is you never see Somalians out there. It's always these, quite frankly, white liberals that are out there.
All these Karens, dude. It's the white liberal Karen. Yep. Let's keep going.
Like these Somalians and these other people, they don't care about these protests. They're just committing the fraud, and then they're using all these other people to then cause up all this chaos inside of these cities.
Protesters are just useful idiots for them.
Yeah, it's funny because you never see any of the Somalians at these protests, for instance.
By ICE agents, when they'd go to give a meal to an immigrant, they were being followed by agents. And I just had so much hope for our country seeing them there. And I want to thank Minnesota, as a Californian, as someone who grew up in Pennsylvania, as an American, for their character, for their courage, for what they have modeled in a multiracial democracy. And my question for you, having served as a congressman, a governor, what is it about Minnesota that we can learn? What is it that leads to this kind of inclusive feeling about?
What we can learn from Minnesota is if you ignore a problem for a long time, it gets worse and worse and worse. Doesn't get any better. But, yeah, I mean, what we can learn about Minnesota is as long as you vote Democrat, you're immune from any consequences.
Immigrants in our nation.
Well, thank you, Congressman, and thanks for your work on many fronts. Look, I think Reverend Tolgard summed it up in getting at the heart of this. It's about the neighborliness and the care. And left to our own devices, I'm going to make the case, Minnesota, and by the way, I would remind folks, states have to balance their budget.
Yeah, I can't stand the white liberal Karen, man. It's tough. The white liberal Karen is very tough to deal with.
We're AAA bond rated, one of the states that's ranked the highest. We have a surplus, and we also have the highest rainy day funds, one of the strongest protections. So we understand fiscal responsibility, but we also understand this caring, this neighborliness. People saw their neighbor. I believe our politics can change with that idea of what the next door neighbor looks like. Now, I will have to tell you, Mr. Khanna, I was deeply concerned last year when the Vice President of the United States mentioned he can understand why people wouldn't want to live by somebody who's not like them, which seems to go against our entire ethos in Minnesota, whether it was the first.
No, you can understand it. Think about it this way, Tim Walz. You live in a gated community. Don't you? You live behind a fucking gate. Look at Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan is one of those people who says, oh, you should care about diversity, and why would you not want to live, next to minorities? Like, well, dude, Piers, you live in a gated community in Hollywood. You live in a private community when virtually it's all white people. So, like, these people don't really practice what they preach. They don't practice what they preach.
First wage of Norwegian.
And I think behind closed doors, people like this, people like Mr. Walz, are allegedly racist.
And Swedish immigrants that came to Minnesota, German immigrants like my family, or whether it was Hmong coming after the Vietnam War.
If you guys can, though, make sure you guys tap the subscribe button, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one, so please tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner, man. It makes me, it won't make my dong any bigger. Yeah. I wish it would. My dong will always be small. But if you guys could, though, please tap the subscribe button. It really does help in more ways than you realize. Let's keep going, man.
Or Somali and other East African immigrants to our country. And I think it's this sense of working together. There's a reason that we rank at the top in healthcare. We rank at the top in personal incomes. We rank near the top in home ownership. We rank near the top in happiness. Because this idea that we're all in it together and that we believe everybody should have a chance. So I think it's an ethos, and it gets into our politics on the secular side. I believe as an elected official that I shouldn't give a sermon, but I should attempt to live one. And one of our politicians, Paul Wellstone, talked about we all do better when we all do better. And that's what we do. And I know that is true to a certain degree in other states, but I see folks making the claim that, well, you wouldn't have any fraud if you just cut all these programs, if you just zeroed them out. That is true. If we did not provide food for our children, no one would steal from that program. But there would also be a lot of hungry children. And what I'm asking for and acknowledging the accountability, we need to put program integrity in.
I'll agree with Tim Walz on that front. Like, look, I think that cutting off funding to children's food programs, not a fan of that. But, like, to daycare and shit, yeah, I mean, like, look, with all those fraud daycares, yeah, cut the daycare funding down, that's fine.
So I think it's a neighborliness. I think it's a historical point about caring for your own. And I think it's a clear understanding that if your neighbor does better, you're going to do better.
Well, thank you, Governor. And obviously, fraud matters and budgets matter. But what really matters right now in this country are values. And I really appreciate your sharing that.
That is what's caused all this. Is that this guy basically just said that they don't really care because it's about values. What we're wanting is oversight over these departments so that the fraud is cut out. That's what our values are. We want to make sure that our dollars aren't getting spent. We don't want to make sure that our values mean that we let fraud take place because it's the right thing to do.
Well,
that's not what it's all about.
What Tim Walz is saying is, look, we can't figure out what parts of the program are fraudulent, so we can't just shut the whole thing down. So we're just going to let the whole thing continue. It's absolute nonsense. I could go over there in 5 minutes and find the fraud and shut it off. This is just nonsense.
David's the man, dude.
General Ellison, in the brief time I have, I just want to be clear about Somali Americans, because when I was growing up as an Indian American, anytime someone who was of Indian origin did something wrong, every Indian American was concerned, and I don't think people understand that. If you aren't a minority, how that makes you feel. I understand there were 80 or 90 people who were Somali Americans who were involved in this, but there are 100,000 Somali Americans.
There were a
lot.
A lot.
Statistically, from all the studies I've seen, it is just factually untrue that Somali Minnesotans or Somali Americans commit more fraud than white Americans or Indian Americans.
What? I think what you're saying is factually untrue.
Other Americans. And could you just speak to this, because it is so dangerous? And I don't even think on the other side people are doing that on purpose.
It's pretty fucking obvious. The stats read crystal clear which group is performing the most fraud. Dude, this is the most dishonest thing I've ever seen. This is increasingly dishonest.
If you aren't an immigrant, if you haven't lived that or a child of immigrants, you don't know what that makes you feel. And can you talk about the Somali experience in Minnesota?
No, the reality is the Somali community in Minnesota has brought great things to our state. They have opened businesses. They've gotten professional degrees.
They defraud the state of $9 billion.
Neighbors who volunteer.
Yeah, they have.
Somali related.
They have been.
This is terrible, dude. This is terrible. Oh my frickin' wow.
A benefit to our state. If you pick out a few people who've done wrong, sure, you can do that. But I can guarantee you can do that in any ethnic group at all in the state of Minnesota or anywhere in America.
Thank you. Thank you both.
All right, before I recognize Mr. Higgins, I'll recognize Mr. Walkinshaw for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I just wanted to make a quick correction. You said Secretary Noem is before the Homeland Security Committee today. That's not true. I'm a member of the committee. She was with us a couple months ago, but
okay,
not scheduled. With that, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a September 22nd, 2025 article from Reuters titled "Trump Aide Homan Accepted $50,000 in Bribery Sting Operation," which shows the Trump administration is willing to cover up blatant corruption of its officials.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins for Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, ma'am, thank you for being here today. Governor, when you took office, this fraud had already begun. Is that an accurate assessment?
That's accurate, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Higgins.
So
How does he know that?
So what we're trying to get our heads wrapped around here as a nation, and we're doing our best as a committee, I'm quite certain on both sides, to just sort of focus our attention on what needs to be focused on. You had massive fraud in the state of Minnesota.
Yeah.
And when we started looking into waste, fraud, abuse, and theft across the country, Minnesota surfaced as a wow moment for for the entire country. So naturally, we look as a citizenry to, well, who's in charge there? And my old friend, Governor Walz, is in charge. And the truth is, this fraud had begun before you.
The greatest governor of all time. Don't you forget it. Don't you forget that Tim Walz is the GOAT. No, just kidding.
Before you took office. So it's a reasonable question, Governor. What you're noted in many interviews, I'm not going to go through them ad nauseum. You were aware of this level of fraud and investigations, and yet it seems like nothing was done until the Trump administration.
Before we continue further, oh man, I'm sorry, I'm struggling today. Before we continue further, if you guys can, please subscribe to the channel. It does help the channel grow. We're currently a smaller channel. We're trying to get to 10,000 subs, but we're trying to get bigger. We're at 8,574 subscribers currently. Once again, we're at 8,574 subs currently. We're trying to get to 8,600 before the end of the night. I don't know if we're going to get there tonight, but yeah, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. More subscribers we get, the better. And let's keep on rolling.
Reestablished itself in a second term, and we began broad investigations into wage, fraud, abuse, and theft, and Minnesota popped. So would you please, I just give you a minute to respond?
Yeah.
Why didn't you do something sooner? I know some people were put in jail. I know there were investigations, but there was billions and billions and billions of dollars being stolen from a pretty concentrated demographic in your community. And this demographic is a significant political supporter for you and your party, good sir. So I just ask you, please explain.
Well, yeah, the Somali community loves Tim Walz. Tim Walz loves that community so much that he made the Minnesota state flag look like this as close as he could to the Somalian flag. Basically, Tim Walz cucked out his own state.
Well, thank you, Mr. Higgins, and I appreciate your question in good faith on this. First of all, the issue of billions, and I'll keep saying this, $1 is too many. That number got thrown around. There's nothing behind it, but I will acknowledge $1 is too much. I will also note the characterization.
I would say it's slow. I would say it's slow, but continue.
Well, there's nothing to support that, but look, we will pursue it and assume that that's the case. We will still make the changes we need to make. The characterization that nothing happened until the Trump administration came in is simply not true. We worked with them in the first administration where USDA didn't take action, and I think that's documented. The fact is, starting in 2019, I went to the legislature asking for...
But you didn't pause payments, Governor.
The pausing payments...
And the criminal investigation...
And he should have paused the payments, or at least did a partial pause of payments. I don't know.
Which I'm running out of time, I want to jump to. The way America sees this, Governor Walz, respectfully, sir, is that this money just continued to flow. There was a high awareness of this waste, fraud, abuse, and theft, like organized crime.
Well, Democrats love sweeping things under the rug. That's the problem with Democrats. They will sweep things consistently under the rug, and that's a problem. But, yeah, I think that Tim Walz should be in jail.
It seemed to be slow rolled, and nobody stopped the money from rolling in. And the money's gone, been remitted overseas. Attorney General Ellison, you stated in your opening statement that you sort of stated that your office only has direct jurisdiction over Medicaid fraud. Did you say that in your opening statement? Okay, well, you seem to indicate that you don't have, like, criminal authority, but you do, don't you? Under your own law, you have an authority if the county district attorney asks you to get involved, or if the governor asks you to get involved, then your office can take lead on any criminal investigation, specifically if you have particular staffing and capabilities within your office because it's statewide to look into organized crime. Is that not correct? Okay, so you have the authority to lead your state's effort.
Oh, yeah, it's political theater 101. Absolutely political theater. 100%.
To respond to this massive fraud at the state level from within the healthcare realm where government money is being stolen at very, very high levels, unprecedented levels in your state. Are you leading that effort for the state of Minnesota? You're addressing it. Are you leading it?
Turn on your mic.
Are you leading the effort?
We are leading the effort to prosecute Medicaid fraud in Minnesota.
I'm not talking about Medicaid fraud. Don't hide behind that. You have the authority to prosecute anything criminally that the governor asks you to. And this thing is big. I'm giving you an opportunity, sir. Are you leading the criminal investigative effort into this massive fraud across the board in the healthcare spectrum in the state of Minnesota or not?
I'm already shit my pants, dude.
You are not leading. You're not leading. I'm going to say, Mr. Chairman, that the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota should resign.
You lose.
I yield.
Good day, sir.
Chairman yields back. Before I recognize Mr. Frost, I want to, Mr. Waukesha, you were right. She's not testifying in Homeland Security. Kristi Noem's testifying in Judiciary. I knew she was here somewhere today, so you were right. I misstated the wrong committee. Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I have unanimous consent.
Wow, there, Higgins went off.
He did.
Yeah, he was going ham, dude. I got to get. He had the balls to go off on the walls.
He did go off. He started off real nice, and over time, he just couldn't handle the BS anymore.
Because Ellison and Walz are liars, and he's catching them in their lies.
Then, called Fraud Focus. Why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you all for being here. The whole world has witnessed unprecedented and extreme immigration enforcement tactics this year in Minnesota. After the murder of Renee Nicole Good and before the murder of Alex Preddy, President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that, quote, "The day of reckoning and retribution is coming." Governor Walz, the dictionary defines retribution as punishment inflicted on someone as vengeance for a wrong or criminal act. Based on what we've seen play out in Minneapolis, what is the problem with the President of the United States directing agents to carry out retribution?
Well, yeah, thank you.
shit.
This is certainly troubling because under the guise of fraud, which we all want to tackle, we were subject
No,
to, as
you
saw,
don't.
the largest
You
invasion
don't,
of a
Tim
state.
Walz. Come on, man.
By the
How he has the balls to say that he wants to tackle fraud? No, he doesn't. I'm not buying that. Not in the slightest.
federal government, I don't know, in certainly any of our lifetimes. And that infliction, to me, we're trying to figure it out. Look, we'll acknowledge, and we're fixing it in Minnesota, but I'm telling you, each year you're going to go back to your state, and if some of you think you want to be governor, you're going to deal with this. And these folks keep moving. The problem is, Congressman, this was about retribution. This was about singling out Minnesota. And I think I'm going to just name it.
This wasn't about singling out Minnesota. Well, one, it was about realizing that first off, your own citizens, your citizens complained to Nick Shirley because they weren't getting anywhere with you. They were like, hey, Nick Shirley, you are really good at uncovering fraud. So how about you come down here and investigate this Somalian fraud that we got going on? Okay, sure. He goes down there and he finds this beautiful legend here, David, and him and David uncover the fraud. Case closed. That's all. That's all she wrote.
I think it's singling out because our state works and it provides things for people.
Wait, so let me get this straight. So if your state works, so you're saying that because your state is
Thank you for
effective-
subscribing to the Michael Garza Show. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner.
Thank you so much, the JS Perry. Thank you for subscribing. Everybody give a shout out to the JS Perry. Let's put your name back up one more time.
Thank you for subscribing to the Michael Garza Show. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner.
But another thing I want to say about Tim Walz that actually pisses me off here is that, look, if your stupid fucking state actually did work the way it needed to, there would be no need to go after your state for allowing so much fraud to happen to begin with. It's pretty obvious that Minnesota doesn't work very well, and in fact, it's very proof positive that your state turns a blind eye to fraud more than any state out there. That's a problem, brother. That's a problem, brother. All right. Brother. It's a problem. And what Nick did is something that you guys couldn't do, uncover the fraud.
We care and we mind our own business and we respect our neighbors. And this retribution had nothing to do with getting the worst of the worst.
Yeah, so the reason is, dude, you are the worst of the worst. Actually, I will say this. If I were to rank the states that probably allow the most fraud, it's probably going to be California, Oregon, Minnesota. So you're in the top 3 at least. You're not number 1. I know you want to be number 1. But Governor Walz, you're probably number 3. Okay, but that's still too high.
First, we know that. It had nothing to do with stopping fraud. And we were subject, we being Minnesotans, for over 10 weeks. And I want to note, just before, and I'll yield back on this. I think this is important to know.
It's so weird that he keeps saying it's because we're Minnesotans. No, it's because you've allowed a lot of fraud in your state. He's acting like a victim when he's not, when he shouldn't be. He's well aware of the fraud, and he's just deflecting. He's trying to turn it into they're singling us out because we're from Minnesota. No, they're singling you out because, one, there was a lot of reports of fraud and very much proof of fraud, and your citizens have been trying to tell you for years, but you turn a blind eye all the time. They had to go to Nick Shirley, a virgin YouTuber, to uncover this fraud. So, you can't hide fraud forever. You just can't.
The gentleman from Illinois noted that Midway Blitz, the damage it did to Chicago. There were 500 agents on the ground in Chicago. Kristi Noem testified yesterday there's still 650 in Minnesota. It is not over. This is not ancient news. This is not looking like everybody moved on. Minnesotans are still experiencing this.
It's bad for our communities and makes our people less safe. It's terrorizing our streets. Yes. Reverend, what has been happening in your community when individuals try to record federal agents?
Thank you for your question. Individuals who have tried to record federal agents have been told they cannot. They have been asked for taken pictures of their license plates. They have been followed. They have been subject to fear intimidation tactics by ICE agents.
And one of the only reasons that really the world knows.
Well, actually, is she talking about what the citizens are doing to the ICE agents? Because the citizens have been doing exactly that to the ICE agents. They try to dox them. They try to. You kidding me?
About what's going on in Minnesota is because of our Constitution and the right to be able to record law enforcement and federal agents. Those videos and the videotapes have been in part the reason why we know what's going on. Trump administration officials have suggested that observing or identifying federal agents is, quote, doxing or, quote, assault. We know federal agents.
Nick Shirley's the man, dude. Nick Shirley is so hot. Oh, yeah. That's my boy toy, dude.
Agents have followed observers to their homes. We know protesters have been pepper sprayed. We know people have been violently detained who were filming them without bystanders having cameras who know how the murders of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy by ICE agents would have been handled by this administration. They have already tried to lie about these murders, even with footage. After Alex Preddy was murdered.
Well, I mean, you guys, here's the thing. The Democrats have tried to lie about the murders as well. Because I will admit, Alex Preddy was actually murdered. I do believe that he was executed publicly, and that's wrong, and the ICE agents should go to jail for that one. But the Renee Good one, though, I'm not saying she deserved it. But at the same time, man, I don't know if anything should happen to that agent.
Stephen Miller said he was, quote, a domestic terrorist who tried to, quote, assassinate federal law enforcement. Kristi Noem said that he committed an act of domestic terrorism. And the President of the United States said that he was an agitator and perhaps an insurrectionist. Reverend, the last thing I want to get to that I think is really important. I grew up in the church, and I used to wear one of the "What Would Jesus Do" bracelets, mainly because I used to curse a little too much when I was little, and then I would like snap myself when I cursed. Either way, nowadays I think less about what would Jesus do, and I think more about what would happen to Jesus in this country. And I just wanted to give you a moment to talk about what you think would happen to refugees Mary and Joseph as they come to our border. Would they be separated from their child? I mean, what does this look like?
They'd be sent back. Thank you for subscribing to the Michael Garza Show. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner.
Thank you, Sandra, for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate that. Everybody, let's give a shout out to Sandra Holmes. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Sandra Holmes. I appreciate you, Brony. You know what? I'm going to put your name back up on the board.
Thank you for subscribing to the Michael Garza Show. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you big time. Thank you, Sandra. And if you guys want to be like Sandra and help the channel grow, just simply tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. We're trying to get a little bit bigger, a little bit better. So every little bit helps.
Such a good point, Congressman. And yes, Jesus was himself a refugee, as were his parents. And yes, I fear that they too would have experienced the.
Yeah, I think it's a bullshit question too. And it's only meant to just evoke emotions. That's all it is. It's meant to evoke emotions. It's stupid, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's because liberals just don't, I hate to say it, liberals aren't good at arguing.
The harm and cruel treatment that Minnesotans have been experiencing at the hands of our government.
Oh, by the way, if you guys do end up subscribing, just to give you guys a heads up, let me know. Go into the chat and just say I subbed or something along those lines, and I will be more than happy to put your name up on the screen. So yeah, if you guys end up subscribing to the channel, I'll be more than happy to put your name right up there on the screen. Because I love you. Because I need you.
What do you say to the people who hide behind the Bible and wrap themselves in the flag to say that what is going on in our country right now with ICE, terrorizing our communities, ripping our neighbors, ripping families.
Oh, God, they're acting like ICE is the Gestapo. Stop it.
Apart. What would you say to people like that?
I think, again, Matthew 25, where are we in this moment? It should be on the side of the
She's a woke reverend.
The widow, the orphan, the hungry, the homeless, and that as people of faith and moral conscience, history will tell what side we stood on.
I'm just going to call this lady the woke reverend. She is the woke reverend in a world.
But our actions today will show true love of neighbor.
Thank you. I yield back.
Yields back. Before I recognize Ms. Mace, Mr. Grofman, I believe, has a UC.
I'd like to submit for the record.
Hit the button.
I'd like to submit for the record something called Minnesota Financial and Compliance.
Okay, going back to what they just said about like Jesus and whatnot, and we have accepted these people. We have given them housing. We have given them food, and now they have abused the system. That's why everyone's mad, is because they're defrauding everyone. We're not mad that we're not saying all these people are bad, but we're going after the fraudsters.
Well, he just said, these right-wingers who wrap themselves in the Bible and the flag, and then he wraps himself in the Bible. So...
Yeah, it's a lot of just virtue signaling. All right, let's continue.
Report on federally assisted programs for the year ending June 30th, 2024.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. Governor Walz and Attorney
dude, she's going to grill him.
General Ellison, you have presided.
We'll probably watch this a little bit later. I may end the stream here a little bit. Depends on how I'm feeling, but let's keep watching.
For one of the worst government fraud scandals in American history. This was money intended to feed hungry children, help kids with autism, provide food and shelter and health care to the needy, and more. You both allowed billions in these American taxpayer dollars to be pillaged and plundered by Somali pirates. You knew this was happening. You chose to do nothing about it, and in some cases, you even enabled it. Attorney General Ellison, you even profited from this fraud by taking campaign donations from these Somalians after pledging to help quash the investigation into them. I find your behavior despicable. My questions this morning, my first go to Governor Walz, and I hope you learned some lessons from your last hearing with me on the Oversight Committee. Have you learned anything since
I did
then?
that if I didn't speak up, 2 of my people would be dead, Congresswoman, and I warned you.
Okay, Miss Governor Walz, what is a woman? Have you learned that lesson? Do you know what a woman is?
I'm the governor of Minnesota, Congresswoman.
you know what a
I'm not
woman
here
is?
to be your
Oh God, no, 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 no. No, no. No, don't ask Tim Walz this question, bro. He can't answer it because he's
prop for your obsession.
So
I
if you
taught middle
can't
school your
define what a
obsession.
woman is, you certainly can't define what fraud is. If you can't even define what a woman is, you can't define fraud. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2017, Governor?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, Congresswoman.
Did you prepare for this hearing today? Did you
I
do
did.
any preparation
I take
for this hearing
Congress
today?
seriously.
And you've seen the numbers about autism fraud in Minnesota. So we're going to do some Minnesota math with you today, okay? Are you ready?
Minnesota math. Minnesota math is just avoid any numbers at all. If there's any numbers on it, just throw it in the trash. We'll pretend like we dealt with it. No, the thing is, Tim Walz didn't step down. He simply stepped aside for running again. So he basically he canceled his bid for re-election as the governor, but he's still got a year left of serving as the governor. So Tim Walz has 1 year left of serving as the governor, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
How much money was spent on 2017 for autism in Minnesota? How much?
I don't know. I wasn't the governor.
Okay. Did you not just say that you prepared for this hearing today? $1 million, okay? A quick Google search or using your...
It's crazy because Tim Walz is like, I wasn't the governor then. It's like, okay. Do you at least have any idea about your own, like, history of what's happened in your state even before you were governor there? He's such a... Yeah, Tim Walz does piss me off, though. Tim Walz is so effing annoying.
AI could tell you $1 million was spent. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2024?
I don't have the number in front of me.
Were you governor in 2024?
I was, but I'm not the
Okay,
head
so
of
your
HHS.
excuse before that you didn't know what 2017 autism numbers were because you were not governor, and today you can't answer.
I mean, it's a little unfair to like expect him to have those particular numbers in front of him, but you know, I don't know. She's going to give him the answer anyway.
Answer the numbers about 2024 as governor, and you still said you.
And by the way, I'm not trying to defend Walz on that one. I'm just, see what's happened.
Prepared for this hearing today. It's unbelievable. $343 million was spent in 2024. What percent increase is that from 1 million to 343 million? What percentage increase is that?
I'm not here to be your prop. Go ahead and tell me.
Are you?
I mean, I kind of agree with Walz a little bit, but I mean, if you do the math, though, that is... That's a crazy amount of an increase.
You governor of Minnesota or not?
Yes, I am. I'm
Okay,
not.
well, when
I'm
I'm
not a
governor
prop
of
for a
South
member of
Carolina,
Congress.
you can sure as hell bet that I'm going to know the math. The math is 34,200% increase, an increase of 343 times what it was in this time period. Do you know the number of children in Minnesota?
I know that Minnesota ranked as a top 3 state for children
What is the
in the
total
last year.
population in Minnesota?
5.7 million.
Okay. What is the total population of children in Minnesota?
I don't have the number in front of me right
Are
now.
you governor of Minnesota?
I know 400,000.
Well, you can't really expect him to have every single statistic on him. Like, I do feel like that's just a wee bit unfair. I'll give him some. I can't believe I'm defending Tim Walz on this one. I don't want to, but I'll do it. Damn it, Tim Walz. Why are you making me defend you, bro? Fucking A. Can I do this?
Were cut out of health care last
Okay,
week by
that's
the
not-
actions you made.
Are you governor of Minnesota?
I am.
And you don't know the number of children
I
residing
don't have
in
the
Minnesota?
specific number. It's 5.7 million.
That's your total
What is your age?
population.
What is the age? 0 to 5? 0 to 19?
You have approximately 1.2 million children in Minnesota.
What
I'm not
age?
even governor of South Carolina. Our population in South Carolina is 5.5 million. We have approximately 1.1 million children under the age of 18 in my home state of South Carolina, okay? As governor, I expect you to know this information. Thank God.
At least have some basic information. I got to give her some props on this. Tim Walz should have some basic info about some of his population. You know, at least he should have at least some of it understood. At least he could have done was at least brought some stats about Minnesota. I don't know. I'm kind of neutral on this, but let's keep going. Let's
God,
keep
you're not
going.
Vice President of the United States. Do you know approximately
Thank God he's not. We did dodge a bullet. We dodged a bullet by not having him. I think that Tim Walz would have been the worst vice president of all time. It would have been bad. I think Tim Walz is just not a good. Like, he would have been a terrible vice president. Straight up. Tim Walz would have been the worst vice president of all time, and he's the worst governor of all time. Well, there is Gavin Newsom. So it's between Gavin Newsom, Tina Kotek, and Tim Walz. I don't know. Tim Walz still might be the number one worst of all time. That's my opinion, at least. It's my opinion poll.
how many children in Minnesota are autistic or on the spectrum?
No, I don't have that number.
Okay. Well, if you take the CDC's roughly 1 in 36 kids are on the spectrum, we're talking about approximately 33,000 kids. In South Carolina, it's about 31,000 or so. What is, do you know what this is per child, spending wise, in the fraud for autistic kids in Minnesota?
Again, I'm not here to be your prop. Go ahead and tell us.
Is doing Minnesota math a prop? This is math. We're talking about fraud.
Minnesota ranks at the top. Where does South Carolina rank?
We're talking about money.
Where does South
that was
Carolina
supposed
children
to-
rank
this
on
is-
healthiness?
These are my questions for you. It doesn't go the other way around unless we're debating on the debate stage. And we're not.
If you're asking
This
questions
is-
about being governor,
I'm
it does.
asking you
When you're
questions
governor, you
about
can
being
come and
governor
tell
of
me.
Minnesota, which you can't answer. This is basic math. And you can't even answer.
not
Do you
here to
even
be your
care
prop.
about kids in Minnesota?
They rank near
Do
the
you
top
care?
in every category. My children are fed.
You
My
care
children
about
are housed.
autistic
My
children
children have
getting
health
the
care.
services they need in
My
Minnesota.
children have the best
No,
schools.
you don't. Mr. Chairman,
He's lying again, dude. Lying through his teeth. God, he's such a... Tim Walz, man. Tim fucking Walz.
Mr. Chairman.
Lady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's, Miss Bobert? Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Mr. Mace.
May I make my two motions?
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee issue a subpoena to the Honorable Pamela Jo Bondi to appear before the committee for a deposition regarding the department's handling of the investigation to Jeffrey Epstein and his associates and compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion in abeyance until the end of today's hearing. The committee will now proceed with today's hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee issue a subpoena to the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights for the awards and settlements paid pursuant to Section 415 of the Congressional Accountability Act prior to December 12, 2018, with only redactions allowable for the personally identifiable information of victims, alleged victims, and witnesses. Thank you, ma'am.
A motion has been made. The committee will hold this motion.
That was good right there with Nancy Mace going after Tim. I mean, he should be able. I mean, if you're looking at those numbers, for instance, just that.
Yeah, those numbers are a little bit. That's crazy. Autism doesn't peak up that much in that short amount of time. You know what I mean? When I say like the amount of autism, so like the amount of funds, for example, would indicate that okay, the fund increase 32,000% increase in funds. All the way from 2017 to 2024. Interesting. So that would also sort of indicate that there's a 32,000% increase in autism. God. Tim Walz is getting called out, bro. Tim Walz is getting called out, dude. Walz on my balls, bro. Walls on my balls. That's all I gotta say. Tim freaking Walz, man. Okay. But yeah, Tim Walz, man. I don't know what else to say except for damn. It's like, come on, bro. Come on, brony. My pink brony bro. It is wild, though.
That massive increase within the autism. I mean, how is that even justifiable?
And Nick, that was just the autism. That's one spoke on the
34,000% increase.
Just like David was talking about, the spokes on the wheel, dude. Spokes on the wheel. Garbage.
Well, just autism.
That would be like the best stock in the world if you hit a 34,000. That's like a meme. It's like a meme coin.
That's a meme coin. That's true.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
Abeyance until the end of today's hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent.
They just hit a government meme coin right there.
Chairman, can I have one thing before?
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you. No, we'd just like to see Mrs. Mace's motions in writing, which would be great.
Okay. Now, before I recognize Ms. Lee, do you have Ms. Randall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a December 11th, 2025 article from The Guardian titled, Somalis Are the Scapegoat.
From The Guardian? God, I hate it when people talk like that. It's so frustrating. Anyway. Like, oh my God, it's kind of how she talks. I'm trying not to make fun of her or anything. Trying not to. It's just a frustrating accent. I will try to look past it. Oh my God. But okay, let's try to look past it.
Fear rises as Trump targets Minneapolis community, which describes the Trump
objection.
administration's
Who is this
xenophobic
lady?
attacks.
That objection's ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the past few months, Democrats on this committee and in the Senate have been holding hearings on the unconstitutional actions of the Trump administration. So we've heard from, in that time, whistleblowers.
So wait, what unconstitutional actions again? They always, dude. Trump could commit the act of breathing, and they would consider that an unconstitutional action. I don't think any of these morons know what an unconstitutional action actually is. I don't think they do. These liberals are so annoying.
Industry experts and survivors of abuses of federal agents. They spoke about warrantless searches that they have been subjected to, including federal agents bursting into their homes with guns. They spoke about being shot at and dragged out of their cars, and then, being made to look like they were actually the perpetrators. They spoke about federal agents' use of masks in unmarked vehicles, and the efforts of these agents to hide their identity to escape any sort of accountability. And we heard from
I just
the
feel
brother
like
of
it's just
Renee Good.
it feels like
who
such
was
a load
murdered
of
by ICE
crock.
agents in Minneapolis. That
It's a
is
load
what
of crock.
oversight looks like. Not 2 hearings on fraud in one single state, which is not even the worst instance of fraud out there, though we all here agree that we should target.
By the way, just because you're technically not the worst case of fraud, you're still pretty bad. The levels of fraud in Minnesota are still pretty fucking bad. So don't just sweep it under the rug like I know that you want to do. But what's happening in Minnesota is still pretty rough. And it can't just be ignored. I know you want to ignore it, but it can't be. That's all I'm saying. Do you feel me? Do you hear me? 'Cause I need you and I want you crawling underneath my skin. Tim Smith says Minnesota math is the Oramogging of the second quarter. 2026. Yep. Oh my god, that was next level. That was next level. Oramogging, Aura farming, whatever the fucking term is. That was pretty epic, I will admit. I got to give Nancy Mace some props on that.
Fraud. Republicans have dragged Governor Walz in again to demonize and target his state because he is a Democratic governor and he is implementing.
Well, no, it's because it seems like these blue-led states actually seem to have the most fraud most of the time. Just saying. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some red states that got some fraud too, and they should be looked into.
Democratic policies. Republicans took a legitimate investigation and, as per usual,
Is fraud just Democratic policy
No,
at
but
this
she
point?
just admitted there's fraud in Minnesota. She just admitted it.
child care centers trying to get into buildings with children
Oh,
as the fraud.
wait, they're talking
vigilantes.
about us.
Now we have just like a random guy.
Yeah, dude. Nick Shirley and Tom are getting their Nick Shirley and David are getting their shout out. They're getting their shout out on the floor, my men. Let's hear it.
Guy lurking around child care centers trying to get into buildings with children as the fraud vigilante. The Somali community has been vilified and made to feel unsafe. And federal benefits are being cut to Minnesota and other Democrat-led states. Trump and his administration also used this investigation as a justification for an immigration enforcement push that has created chaos.
And I'd just like to say there were never any children there, so if it wasn't.
Yeah, there were so there weren't any children, so you had nothing to worry about. So fucking funny. I love this dude. Dude, Nick's the man. Nick and David, don't you know that you're my hero? 'Cause you are the wind beneath my wings.
For that, they would not be here today. So,
yeah,
good work, David.
chaos and fueled violence and resulted in the death of American citizens. Reverend Tolgard, as a Minnesotan, do you feel that these oversight hearings and the Trump administration's fixation on fraud in Minnesota has made anyone safer in your state?
No, they have not.
Republicans have been touting alleged fraud in child care centers and the need to protect children. But
Okay, I'm kind of done listening to this for now. I may do a part 2 a little bit later. I'm going to end the stream for now. I've already been streaming for 4 hours. I may do another stream tonight. I'm thinking about it. I may go for a walk. If it's raining, I'm probably going to most likely bring my umbrella outside. That'll most likely be the case. But, yep, I'm going to end the stream for now.
Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. So tap that subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Also, don't forget to stay sexy. Stay